Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. I'm burping. Hi. Welcome, all that. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Hey, there's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
And Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Friday.
I heard you're in a mood today.
Me?
Yeah.
Just hangry.
Hangry because of the whole 30?
Yeah.
Well, I've got some bad news for you. I never lie to our customers, so I'll come right out and tell you. I don't have much of a show today, so that means probably more time to rag on Poundcake for something. We'll figure it out along the way. I don't know what, but if you're in a bad mood, I certainly don't want to make it worse.
I didn't say I was in a bad mood.
Okay.
Bill, did you say
I am. You are in a bad mood.
Because you're doing a whole 30.
Maybe not a bad mood, but you are snippy and you are short.
You have a hair trigger.
We were doing some
which you
recording,
already have, by the way.
And you were just kind of like... and I'd set you up to say something and you'd go, I don't know. One way.
You got to play along, Poundcake, even when you're in a bad mood, right?
I guess I didn't realize.
That's why we're paid to do what we do. We're performers. We're not always naturally gregarious and whatever. We're performers. It's what we're doing. Anyway, I'm just telling you, I had so many other things I had to get done. I had sponsor meetings and administrative things and all kinds of things.
You have a sponsor now, too?
Which 12-step program are you in? Deep
That's why
pretentiousness?
It's called Anonymous, Mary.
Pretentious Anonymous.
Tea Kettles Anonymous?
I'm in PA, all right? Leave me alone. It's so pretentious, it's a 13-step program. How do you like that?
You think it'd go the opposite way. You guys only need 8 steps
because
you're better than everybody else.
Oh, no. This is how it lays out. We know we only need 8 steps. We take 13. Yeah, that's how we do it. Anywho, if you'd like to join us, literally for whatever dumb thought you might have cross your mind today, feel free to use us as a sounding board. 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. You can send me a text, 35192. I was going through the texts this morning, and I noticed that someone was texting the show well into the evening last night. So I don't know. You know, we're out of here at 6:30, 18:30. For those of you who follow military time, there were people, well, one person in particular was texting the show well into the 20s and 21s. So I don't know if they had something to get
relevant?
off the It looked like a bunch of gibberish to me, but boy, it was certainly not complimentary of me, and that's fine. Please, though, send those during the show, right? So that I can see them, so I can...
Is that the first thing Rover saw this morning when he did...
What is from last night?
Text from last night, because I know sometimes you get like rollover from his show.
I don't know if he even uses the text program, but I was going through and I was like, oh God, there's some very late texts. But it's like people who will email us during best of shows. You know, they'll talk about something that because they might not realize that they're listening to a rerun. Nevertheless, at 35192, if you want to text, you can go to alancoxshow.com. As Bill said, you can watch there. Thank you so much to Chenster McEldew, who's helping in the video department. Not Chester, Chenster. Not McAdoo. Is it McAldoo? McEldew. Yeah. Chenster McEldew. Rolls right off the tongue. And Mary's got her CD out.
Yeah.
Well, the physical CD is out.
Correct. The album's been out for a week. The physical copy, so if you want an actual real CD, pre-order for that started this morning.
Yep.
So the link
Raspberry Doogie.
It's the link for it is in all my social, Instagram, Mary Santora Comedy, Twitter, Mary_Santora. Yeah, there's 2 options. You can get a signed and numbered copy, or just the CD if you don't care about that. So either one, they're up there. And all of my aunts and uncles are very excited about this.
Could I purchase a copy and then just bring it to work and have you sign it and number it?
You're so pretentious. It's unbelievable.
But we work together.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I guess I'll make an exception.
How many of them will you sign? I know I've asked you this, but I don't remember what you said.
I originally said 250.
So if someone buys it from you at a show afterwards, are you not going to sign it?
I don't know.
Will you be like, well, you had to get to the first 250?
Well, no. This CD is a limited edition. So this CD is going to look different than the ones I order in the future. So like the actual physical CD is going to be a different color and different lettering and a different design.
Now, why are they doing that?
To have a first edition of it.
Well, if they're all limited edition, shouldn't you sign them all and number them all?
I don't think I'm going to sign. I don't think 500 people are going to want it. That's the point. I was setting my hopes at 250.
You're like, 250 seems reasonable.
That seems like a lot, even.
There you go.
And so that's, I mean, if 500 people pay for the $20 for it, I absolutely will. I thought I was really shooting out there with 250, but yeah.
250 sounds feasible.
That's what
Mary,
I thought.
Can't you just not be negative about your accomplishments?
I'm not negative.
She's being pragmatic. She's being pragmatic and realistic.
I don't want to overpromise. You know what I mean? So if
you don't want to be sitting there with 450 signed, numbered copies
exactly,
that's a lot of carpal tunnel syndrome.
So we can see the pre-orders as they come in, and if I hit 250 and then there's still like a huge demand for it, then we can extend it. But I didn't want to say all 500 and then be sitting there like an idiot when I sell 35 of them. You know? So yeah. But so this the first run that we're doing is only 500. They're going to be any ones I order in the future are going to be slightly different. So yeah, I'm really excited. I had a lot of people hitting me up about it, and those are all available now. So if you want to go get your order in, I haven't even gotten the actual CDs yet. So we're hoping to get them shipped out by mid to late April.
Are you going to keep an eye on eBay for people who just buy them just so they can put them on eBay, jack them up like a Dr. Seuss book?
That thought did not even cross my mind.
That's why I'm here.
Reebok pumps.
That's why I'm here.
We'll see.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm excited about it.
Alan, did you hear Wayne Gretzky's dad died? I did. I'm a hockey fan. Walter Gretzky.
Was he a hockey player too?
I don't know. I don't know about Walter Gretzky, but I saw a bunch of some hockey accounts that I follow. They had photos of Wayne Gretzky and his dad. And I was like, well, one of these guys died. And then I looked into it, and it was his dad. Which, again, you know, people are essentially signed and numbered too, right?
Yeah.
You don't know what your number is until you die. He was signed and numbered at 82. Which in many ways would be a nice way to start referring to death. You know, there are some people
signed and numbered?
Yeah, signed and numbered. We are all limited edition copies. And so, you know, people have gone to great lengths over the course of human history to develop a language that avoids talking about death. You'll hear old people referring to themselves as 90 years young, right? Because they're terrified of getting older or whatever. But you're going to, and you know that you will. And so that might be a nice thing to kind of incorporate into your own life as you contemplate your own mortality. We're all limited edition copies. You know, it would be a nice little thing in the obituary. You know, Mary Santora, signed and numbered at number 50.
That's how we refer to our tattoos.
There you go, signed and numbered. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Alan, I'm in a great mood. I received my work bonus, and we both hit our metrics, so we get 200% of the base goal. That's very vague.
Good job.
Good for you.
You did it.
Nothing like getting bonuses, right?
My girlfriend just got a promotion and a raise, so
hey,
congratulations to her.
Big day.
Yeah.
Now, will you find a way to promote her in your relationship? Is there any upward mobility for her in your relationship, or is it just on a professional level?
Well, we'd have to go to the board for that. The board of directors would have to make that sort of decision.
Who's on the board of directors?
Of which she's the chairman. So
she? Oh.
Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah, we don't plan on getting married ever. So, and I don't even think we're ever gonna really live together. We've talked about her temporarily living with me while she saves up to buy a house, but she's even nervous about that. She likes her independence, and I respect that.
And you do too.
Yeah.
You'd ruin your relationship.
Yeah.
A lot of people do. Mm-hmm. Even friends who live together, right? Sophomore year in college. It was the last year of college that I had a roommate. I was in the dorms all 4 years, but those last 2.5 lived by myself. Got my own thing, right? But that second year, moved in with a friend of mine that I had met in freshman year. We said, yeah, you know what? Let's live together next year.
Party Central.
Oh, it's going to be the best, whatever. We hated each other by the end of the year. Hated each other.
I think it's because you don't know or pay attention to the little things. Like one of my roommates in college, the three of us were very neat, very respectful, kept our common spaces tidy. And then one of them, the other one, was just 180 degree the opposite. She was a pigsty. There was always food everywhere and dishes.
And it's not like, you guys were in a house.
Right.
Yeah, we were in a dorm room.
That's true, yeah.
So it wasn't like we could go to our separate. I remember coming home, one of the straws that broke the camel's back is like coming home from Easter break, and he had stayed and had a girl over or something, and she got drunk and brought her back, and she puked all over my brand new Crate and Barrel comforter. And he tried to cover it up. He like folded it up and figured he'd let it dry.
Newspaper over
it's on our couch. Yeah. I don't know what happened. And I was like, son of a bitch. Because back in the day, those Crate and Barrel comforters, that was a thing, boy. Early 90s, that was a thing.
Ours, I always got
You're like, baby, you got to stay over. Look at this Crate and Barrel comforter.
I was a Walmart bed in the bag gal up until this round of bedding.
No shame in that. Whatever makes you comfy.
It's got everything. It's got pill shams.
Those pillows are a sham. Where can we get Mary's CD? I think wherever you purchase music.
The physical copies you have to order through the link in my social because it's on Bandcamp. If you would rather just type in bandcamp.com and search Mary Santora.
This one time?
Or, what'd you say?
This one time at Bandcamp?
Yes. Or just go to any of my social media and it's literally the link in my bio and it'll say pre-order CD right there.
Okay.
So
I got a break. If you want to text 35192, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Woo! Are you kidding me?
WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to text me. Aaron in Canton just ordered your CD.
Thank you.
Says he can't wait.
Thanks, Aaron.
And yet you'll have to. One of the conversations I had to have this morning is things are changing moment to moment with respect to everything that's going to be going on Monday for International Women's Day. Mary is going to be sitting in the last half hour of the Rover Show, and then she and Doogie are going to be in here doing the midday show with Jason. So from 10 to 2, the three of you will be in here, and then you'll continue here. And it's also my understanding that one of the hours on our show Monday is going to be, I'm going to be playing some, I have to be careful how I'm going to be playing some bands. I'm a sucker for a good female-fronted band. So I'm going to be playing some of those bands on Monday. Because we're going to have 1 hour that's going to be like a takeover hour where it's going to be basically commercial-free. And so I'm going to be playing a handful of songs just from female-fronted bands that I like.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Are we hitting the post?
If you,
Is that what you're going to be doing?
After your midday shift, if you feel confident enough that you've got some post-hitting abilities.
I did good yesterday.
You did great yesterday. Then, yeah, absolutely. You can hit the post if you want to. If that's something that sounds like something you want to do, sure.
It's nerve-wracking and exciting.
Yes. I mean, most things that are nerve-wracking are simultaneously exciting, right? I mean, that's where the racked nerves come from, is the excitement. You know, if you're standing there waiting, you've got the bungee harness around your ankles, and you're ready to lean over that span bridge and go head first. You feel you're all butterflies or whatever.
Is there anything nerve-wracking that is also boring?
No.
You don't think?
I don't think so. Because if something's boring, you don't care how it goes.
That's true.
I feel like racked nerves is because you don't want something to be, you want it to live up to your expectations. There are stakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something boring. Like, man, I really hope this PowerPoint presentation goes over well.
Right.
Hope people really
that has
enjoy
stakes,
that.
though, because you want people to, you want it to go over well.
Right,
So,
but that's
not boring.
It
can be boring, I guess.
But those are stakes that because professionally, nobody's at home doing a PowerPoint presentation. It's at work, and you want it to go well.
Not true.
Oh yeah, you doing them at home?
I'm not doing them. I've never actually done a PowerPoint. I don't know how it works.
I loved PowerPoint.
I've never had to figure it out.
There's a phrase no one's ever used before.
I made a PowerPoint for my boyfriend who was in college while I was in high school about how much I loved him.
The reason I brought it up, though, is because there's people having parties where they set up a PowerPoint about some random dumb thing they know a lot about, or just something goofy, or here's the things that are, not scary but scare me, these dumb things, and then they present it to their friends while getting very drunk. So people are doing PowerPoint presentations at home.
Dude, there's little buttons you can add, and you can do different animations between slides, and there's all kinds of fun things.
Right, but you just explained that because there's an alcohol component.
But that's what I'm saying. You said they don't do it at home.
Okay. You understand what I'm saying, right? I mean, you can throw booze into anything and you'll make it not boring anymore. No one's doing PowerPoint presentations at home sober for fun is what I'm saying.
Only because I don't have the capabilities.
Take anything dumb and mundane, throw booze in, and it's a party. That's why Mary can't drink anymore. You heard her. She was doing PowerPoint presentations for her boyfriend. Then she was drinking. She would have been holding one of those parties.
Yeah.
You guys are never going to believe the PowerPoint I put together. Would you go, booze or not, would you go to a party where they were doing PowerPoint presentations? Would you go to a boozed up party where they were doing that?
Yeah, I would do that.
You would?
Yeah, actually, I've done stuff like that before. It wasn't PowerPoint, but it was this situation where everybody went and you all had something prepared, some sort of presentation prepared, and then you had to, and it was something that was out of your comfort zone, and then if your name was drawn out of a hat, you'd have to give your presentation. So I sang a song from, again, there was booze involved, but I sang a child church song, like I Am a Child of God, while shotgunning beers. And went over quite well.
Okay. Alan Court is boring, but could cause racked nerves.
But again, with the stakes.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of something where you don't really care how it's boring. You're just bored by it.
Yeah.
Right?
Nerve-wracking.
Court's boring because you're waiting to get up. It's everyone else's case is boring, and then when they call you up, I assume I've never been in court, but I assume when they call you up, that's when you're like powering yourself by panic farts up to the judge or whatever. Hey, Sean, hello.
Hey guys, happy Friday.
Hey, same to you. What's up?
Thanks. I just want you to know that you asked for this by saying people can call up with stupid stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Could you hit the post on Temporary Secretary by Paul McCartney? It's the worst song ever.
I don't know that one. Again, I should qualify by saying they have to be songs I know. And the only songs I know how to hit on the post are, songs that were frequently played on the radio. That's why I wasn't sitting at home as a young man hitting the post. I didn't even know what that was.
And also,
I've never even heard of the song Temporary Secretary.
Let's not ruin the magic of hitting the post.
Could you still hear that magical song? Yes, please.
Temporary Secretary. This was a Paul McCartney solo joint?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
2000.
True,
1980. Okay.
Music.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know the song, but so I can't do any post work on it. But I appreciate the ask.
Mary
Sean.
didn't really know that Stone Temple Pilots song yesterday, and she hit the post
true,
on
too.
that. So
That is true, too.
making excuses over there.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
guys want to peek behind the curtain?
100.7 WMMS. Here's the brand new one from Paul McCartney. It's called Temporary Secretary. I prefer my secretaries a little bit more permanent, if you will. Get them out there in the steno pool. How goddamn long does this go? There we go. The buzzer.
Ew, what is this?
It's the best song ever.
That sounds like Paul McCartney had a brief dalliance, sort of Kraftwerk in Stuttgart.
All right, what was your secret, Mary?
Peek behind the curtain.
I thought that I was coming out of that song, and it just so happened that it timed out. I didn't know I was going into that song. So I wasn't, I thought eventually the song was going to end.
Well, eventually it would have.
Right. But I didn't know
But you know
that
hitting the post you can only do at the front of the song.
But we didn't say that. You asked me, do you want to come out of this song?
Oh, I did.
And then I did it, and then it just so happened to line up pretty great.
I said, do you want to come out of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said you want to come out of it.
Why did I start it then?
I
And
don't
then
know.
you started it, and you go, actually, you're going to hit the post.
Or you said talk it up or
Yeah,
something
talk
like
it up,
that.
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Pilot error.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Worked out for the best.
It was great. Did a good job. Hey, what's your favorite plush item?
You never answered that question.
No, because I don't know that I have one. A plush item. I don't have a plush item.
No pillow.
I have a little bear, too, that's my daughter won at Dave & Buster's, and she was like, do you want this? I'm like, sure. And I just keep it in my car, and it's been there for like 4 or 5 years now. And so that's an item that, has some sentimental value to me because she gave it to me.
I read somewhere that their periods attract bears. The bears can smell the menstruation.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything plush. No.
Not like anything you gave to Nora or anything like that, where
I mean,
even
she's
if it's
got-
not yours, you appreciate it.
Well, she has a giant fisherman's crab boat net full of stuffed animals.
Yeah.
So but not one of those stands out to me. I have purchased all of those for her.
Right, but there's
They're
not one
my
that you're like,
funds
this
that
is the
have-
good one?
No.
You can get her like a King Diamond plushie. Be like, why don't you ever play with this guy?
Yeah, no. I didn't do that. No. A King Diamond plushie. Well, now I'm going to have to make myself a note to see if that's even a thing.
I bet it is.
Yeah, it might be. He's operated with his tongue firmly implanted in cheek for a long, long time. I was reading about, you guys are way more into the Space Jam thing than I am. I was a little too old when Space Jam came out. But it does hold a very a special spot in a lot of people's hearts, and they were talking about how Lola Rabbit apparently was a lot sexier in the initial Space Jam, and they're going to not make her sexy in the new one. Because was she really sexy in the first one?
She had some moments where she was swishing her hips, but to me, it was always like she was sexy to Bugs.
To Bugs Bunny.
I was never. I mean, I think that movie came out in like 94. So
96.
96. Okay,
Yeah.
so I was 14 years old. So I was into very specific, real women at that point. But like my brother was a big fan of that movie, so I watched it a bunch of times. I liked Michael Jordan, but it wasn't like I didn't have that awakening that some people say they had because of Lola Bunny. If I had to blame that on a cartoon character, it would definitely be Jessica Rabbit.
Jessica Rabbit. Well, it's funny because the director of the new Space Jam with LeBron said that after he watched the original one for the first time 2 years ago, he said he was caught off guard by the very sexualized depiction of Lola Bunny. I'm like, didn't you ever see, first of all, if you're seeing Space Jam for the first time ever 2 years ago, a little bit behind the eight ball, but also if you've ever watched a Bugs Bunny cartoon, it was usually Bugs Bunny dressed up like a chick trying to be sexy.
Yeah.
To get
hitting on Elmer Fudd.
And knocking it out of the park.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
He's not a young man alive who didn't feel...
He's fluid, you know? Bugs Bunny's fluid.
He was way ahead of the game, by the way.
That's why he's always asking for a doctor. He's like, what's up, doc? I don't feel like myself in this body.
I'm going to try this on for a little while and see if it feels right.
I'm going to disguise it as a ruse to trick Elmer Fudd or Yosemite Sam, but really, I just enjoy it.
And again, he was playing against stereotype because Yosemite Sam, very much not somebody that you think would be enticed or seduced by someone of that caliber.
But that's why they get so upset.
That's right, because they feel something.
Yeah,
their own bodies have betrayed them.
Mm-hmm. They feel a certain type of way about the thing, and then, or not the thing, but the person or the rabbit.
Now that's my question.
Yeah.
Are they more upset that it's not a woman or that it's not a human? Are
I
they
don't
like,
think
I
it-
can't believe that's a guy, or are they like, am I into animals?
I don't think it even registers. I don't think the difference is, other than them trying to hunt them and kill them, I don't think that the interactions register with them that it's an animal.
So they're not like...
He's like Wascally Wabbit, but it's talking and it's animated and it's, you know what I mean? Like,
So that was my thing. So it's not like, oh, I might be gay. It's, oh, I might be...
into bestiality. No, I think it was more the sexual thing.
I think it's the
tension.
sexual thing because these are. It also shows that Yosemite Sam and Elmer Fudd are much more evil than you thought because they are not just trying to hunt rabbits; they're trying to hunt sentient beings,
animals that can talk back to you.
That can talk back to you, which would be incredibly rare. And so that's, I don't know, that feels more evil than just trying to hunt a rabbit.
Still, it did, Mel Blanc, I think in his infinite wisdom, it did force young men to have some conversations with themselves the first time they saw Bugs Bunny in drag. Because you were like,
I get what he's doing.
If I were Elmer, would I be as brave? Would I put up as much of a fight? Because Bugs Bunny knew how to work it.
And
how he knew how to push those buttons was never quite answered. You can put on the costume, but it doesn't mean that you're going to make the whole thing work. He made the whole thing work. He inhabited the character. Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew is a lesson in consent.
Oh yeah,
and
Pepe Le Pew was very rapey.
Yeah, I see. He wasn't rapey. He was pursuant. But I don't think he ever forced anything, did he?
He'd bend them all the way back.
Yeah, try to kiss her, and she was always getting away from him.
You know what?
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, very rapey, incredibly rapey. Now that I just remember him being like romantic about it. But then, you get that image of him like holding on to her. Oh, he's French. Yeah,
they
French
tried to
rapes.
make it.
And
no,
and they're trying to, and the girls are trying to like. Pour themselves out of his arms onto the ground. You know, he was worse than Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo isn't being accused of grabbing anyone. He's being accused of just kind of being a skeevy old guy, going, "Hey, I like girls your age." You know. So Pepe Le Pew was worse than Andrew Cuomo.
but Pepe Le Pew only went after that cat when he thought she was a skunk. I don't know if that adds a layer to it.
The
but
paint would invariably fall on her
in
tail.
some way, yes.
Right. And as
so many times.
Every
I feel
time.
I
She
mean,
was
you have a
getting
cat.
paint.
How often does she get covered in paint?
Not often. She doesn't even
Ever?
get into the plants.
And,
you know what I mean?
I've been to Paris, and I don't ever recall so much loose paint. You
Just
think
all
that there
that
would be
wet paint.
spilled paint everywhere. I mean...
And rapey skunks.
Rapey skunk. Well, I did see a couple rapey skunks, but I never saw any spilled paint.
Rapey skunks were supposed to open that Rage tour.
And then Tom Morello said, it sounds problematic.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I'll be up there with my shirt off, but I don't want anything to do with that. Yeah, so it's, you would certainly think, too, that in the animal kingdom, he would have been able to tell there would be like a difference in the scent of a cat versus a skunk.
Yeah.
And that he wouldn't have been so easily thrown by just a cat with a stripe.
Now, going back to the Lola Rabbit, or is it Lola Bunny?
Lola
Bunny.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you have a cartoon? Like I mentioned Jessica Rabbit. That was one where I was like, whoa, they're big animated boobs, but I was aware of them at a very young age. Did you have like Betty Boop or anything like that, Julio? Alan?
Oh, Betty Boop? Nah, I don't think so.
Did you have anything like that? Like any cartoon female that you're like, ooh, she could get it?
I mean, I'm
Wonder
sure
Woman?
Maybe Maude Flanders.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Flanders, that's a weird one. Because also, you were like 17 years old. By the
Yes,
time that came out, so.
that's right.
Girls, we had all the Disney princes when they weren't necessarily sexualized, but it's like, this is what a perfect man will do for you, and they're all handsome and drunk. Aladdin did it for me when I was looking at him like, this little open
Well, that's
vest,
the thing
like,
too.
get out of here.
Is the like you have Cinderella and Snow White, and they seem like old ladies to me. So as a kid, I was like,
because you were
because they're boring.
They were like
didn't-
14.
I know, but they were. I was a little kid, but I mean, they felt like they were like not interesting to me, so I didn't find them attractive the way like Ariel. She wanted to go out and do things.
Yeah, so did Jasmine.
Jasmine's probably top notch too. Like she's up there.
So if you ever been to Disney World, like they have the real characters. So I went when I was like 14, and they had Aladdin, and then they had Jasmine. Jasmine was like a bad bitch. Like she looked perfect, and then Aladdin, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gay. I did I couldn't admit it then. I didn't know what was going on, but I was like, oh my God. He like perfectly tan, sculpted body, like no tattoos, no like complexion clear, hair like completely coiffed, and he had the little I don't know what hat it is. I don't know. Yeah, I don't
Isn't
know
that
what
the
they
name
call
of it, right? The little red hat?
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, I will wait in line, and I don't even have like a book. I just want to like stand there and look at
I
them.
just want to be close to you.
I'll tell you who did it for me. Junior high, when I was heavily into comics, Storm from the X-Men.
Good,
Aurora Monroe. When they had her like with the white mohawk and I think Storm was the one where I was like, well, I'm definitely not
like
gay.
that cartoon.
The X-Men,
Definitely not gay.
The X-Men animated series definitely had some hard bodies on those ladies.
And the guys.
Yeah, but Rogue and Jean Grey.
Yeah.
I mean, I think back
Who's
to
the blue
Rogue.
one?
What,
The blue one.
The blue guy?
The blue girl.
The blue girl.
Is that Rogue?
No, you're thinking of Mystique.
Mystique.
Oh, Mystique,
Yeah.
She was
It
in
was
that
Rebecca
tight-
Romaine
yeah.
and then Jennifer Lawrence.
But in the movies, she was sexier than I feel like she was on the show.
Mm-hmm.
But Rogue on the TV show and in the comics, she was giant boobs, skin tight clothes.
They knew who their
But then
target
she's also wearing
audience
like
was.
a leather jacket and like the shock of white hair, and she was strong and could fly. She was great.
Mr. Ratburn on Arthur.
Oh yeah.
You want to talk about questioning some things.
Wow.
He's so smart and intelligent.
You
Look
know what?
at
I think I like that. Those are two qualities that I really respect in a man of his age
Daria.
and carriage.
Do you remember the show Daria?
Yeah.
She was one that I was like, you know, the way she looked wasn't the best thing, but I liked that, you know,
Her
going
vibe.
through, like something like her vibe, her
Dry humor.
sarcasm, her intelligence. I dug that.
Well, they're rebooting Daria, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
No.
But then her sister Quinn was super hot too. So, you know, what are you going to do?
So anyway, the Space Jam sequel with is going to have Lola Bunny's going to be more sporty and not so sexy. She's not trying to turn people on. She's trying to be down with the team. Sporty Spice. I got a break. If you want to get a text, 35192. You can join us on the phone. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back too. 216-578-1007. or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox. 24/7.
35192 if you want to text. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? Do it there. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where. Make sure that you are on a bureau chief map. People who check in from around the country and different parts of the world. Christine and Joe are new bureau chiefs in Holly Ridge, North Carolina. Dennis listens in Wartburg, Tennessee. Isabel is in the St. Joe Benton Harbor, Michigan area. Fat Joe is in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Richard's down in the Florida Keys. And Jeff is our bureau chief. I think is he the FedEx guy? He's in Palmer, Alaska. Is that the place you said you did stand up? Is Palmer, Alaska?
I was in Anchorage.
Anchorage. Close enough. Hey, Nick, hello.
Hey, Alan.
Yes, hello.
Mary, Bill.
Yo.
Mm-hmm.
So, just in regards to the whole animated infatuations, the whole Space Jam thing, I got an opinion on it, but I want to preface it with
Preface? Go ahead.
Yeah, preface with I don't want to offend anybody. It's a little controversial, but I think it needs heard. So, one quick thing, Bill.
We're certainly taking long enough to get there, Nick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just hate when people don't get to the point.
Yeah, okay, that's a pet peeve, right?
Yeah, and that was the joke. I was just going to hang up, but I'm still here, and I don't know why.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I appreciate the call. You make a solid point.
Took you long enough.
Come on. Somebody sent me a story that Rudy Giuliani's daughter, big write-up on her in Vanity Fair, about how threesomes have made her a better person. Ooh. Rudy Giuliani's daughter, of course, Caroline Rose Giuliani. She's the one who very publicly backed Joe Biden, as she is a rational thinking person. And she said
sex.
She said she's been bisexual for some time, but then her she's been made a better person by having threesomes with other couples. That she's in the world of ethical non-monogamy. Now, I can only assume that unethical non-monogamy is when not everybody's down.
Cheating.
Okay, is that what it is?
That's when you don't get the wood in a respectful way.
Oh, I see. I'll tell you what, if I had known while I was going through some awful things with my divorce many, many years ago, if I had been able to refer to it as unethical non-monogamy at the time, I wonder if I would have had a different path.
No, because she'd have been like, "No, Dick, you cheated on me."
You go, yeah, but
Guilty as charged.
But that's not the terminology I like to use.
I don't care what you
have to
like.
respect what my terms and labels.
Nope. If you can't respect our label, I'm not respecting your terms.
Well, I'm with Mary on that, and also because in the interest of word economy,
Yes.
there's no reason to take one word and turn it into three.
One succinct word.
Succinct word that
it
really
has one meaning.
one awful, terrible meaning, and right, yes. So, Giuliani's daughter is very open about this, and she details. By the way, if you want to read this article in Vanity Fair, you should, because it gets pretty graphic. Ooh. She met a couple named Isabella and Oliver, and she talks about how she had always been a bit more submissive, but with these two, she was trying all kinds of new things. Oh. And I'll tell you what, just aesthetically, in direct contrast to Rudy Giuliani, his daughter's very pretty.
She is very pretty.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I don't know what the connection is there. Maybe there's something that he can learn. You know, Rudy Giuliani is a guy who very famously engaged in unethical non-monogamy on a number of occasions. But his daughter seems lovely, and she's trying to remove whatever taboos might be attached to that. We were just talking about that show the other day, that There Is No I in Threesome, which I still haven't watched. I, unfortunately, couldn't sleep and watched Coming to America.
Oh, how is
was it bad?
It is. I did not like it. But
you did like the first one.
I liked the first one very much.
And is it just like forced? Like it's...
Well, I always think about when Eddie Murphy talks about how for years and years and years and years, people said, you got to do a sequel. And his answer was, people have been throwing scripts at me. I didn't like any of them. So when you finally get down to it, he goes, I finally got a script I liked. And then you see it and you go, this was the one that you... It's some
Did it
people
have a
might
large
really
stack
like it.
of money on it, and that's why I liked it.
I'll tell you what. Just again, pure aesthetics. Eddie Murphy's got a big old gut, and if they could CGI. You know, there are scenes in this movie where they use actual footage from the first one to set up a backstory. But as they continue that backstory, they have Arsenio and Eddie Murphy CGI'd to look as young as they did in the first movie, so that they can intro some other characters.
Yeah.
If they could do that, why didn't they slim him out?
Do they have to?
Why do
though?
they have to? Why do you need him to be...
Took me out of it.
Really?
Yeah.
But he's an older man now.
He's
That's
the
part
prince.
of it.
A lot of older men don't look like that. He's the Prince of Zamunda. He doesn't have gray hair. Chest up, looks like Eddie Murphy.
Yeah. So chest down too, because he's just heavier Eddie Murphy.
Just telling you.
40 years.
Arsenio Hall still thin as a rail.
Okay. Well,
I'm just telling you.
but he's the prince. He's getting all the food, and he's a little lazier because he's not the king. His dad's still alive, who was also a fat man. So
Just saying, Wesley Snipes
it
is
runs in the family, so they have that consistency.
I know Wesley Snipes got into prison shape, but anyway, all that aside, that's silly. I just didn't think that it was.
Not that funny.
I didn't think so.
I'll watch it this weekend. But
yeah, watch it. Tell me what you think. I mean, you might have
watched WandaVision this morning. That's what
that was good too.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Although I did, they got away from the TV aspect. I don't want to give any spoilers away, but I kind of missed the way it started because I thought that was very fun.
Yeah, it was okay for a while. That was I wasn't as enamored of that as everybody else was.
I liked it.
It's fun for a couple of episodes,
but it was good. It was a good show all the way through.
Yeah, it was good.
I enjoyed it, and
those are just
I like
one and
Elizabeth
done,
Olsen
right?
a lot. Yeah, that was the series finale.
There
today.
you go.
So that one's done. Probably would have made someone here cry.
That's just what it is. Anything will make me cry.
But it really is a feat of writing, not just casting, but it really is a feat of writing, the people that they have working these Marvel movies, where they can take these characters, which in anybody else's hands could just be as two-dimensional as the comic books, but they do these shows and these movies, and the writing's just fantastic in these things. So by the end of it, you're like, man, that was
You feel connected to them.
You feel connected to them, and
this is good.
They do such a good job of integrating the side characters too, to make you, even though they're not in the show for a super long time, you enjoy when they're on screen. So it doesn't always have to be Wanda or Vision that's taking up the scenery. You can enjoy a Jimmy Wong or what's her name? Kat Dennings plays her. Darcy.
Oh, Darcy. Yeah.
I like them.
And Catherine Hahn, the pride of Cleveland Heights, Ohio. She's dynamite in this
love
thing.
her so much.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
She's one of the best actresses. Just hilarious and so much range. What was the show that she had on HBO? Was it HBO or
Mrs.
Showtime?
Fletcher?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was a randy middle-aged lady.
Mm-hmm. She's very sexy.
But she's great in everything. You know, she had a show with Steve Coogan a couple of years ago called Happy-ish or something, and
in Step Brothers, one of the funniest roles ever.
Mm-hmm.
Settle up, Pony Boy.
Alan, could you do me a favor? Could you ask Bill if they serve the breakfast menu items at Wendy's any other time?
Why would you even ask?
During lunchtime? Do they do that?
Well, here's the thing.
Lunchtime and dinner?
Some people might get confused.
Yeah.
Breakfast items are served during breakfast hours only.
Okay.
It's the only time they're going to serve them. There is an exception, because you may think of the Frosty Chino as a breakfast item.
That's what screwed me up.
However, that item is available all day long, and they are fantastic.
Okay. So,
and they're available in 2 flavors.
Mm-hmm.
Vanilla.
Cherry and mint.
No.
And cherry
I'm
mint.
getting to it.
Shamrock.
I haven't heard anything about that happening.
Okay.
They probably wouldn't be able to call it that.
Oh,
but
okay.
Vanilla.
Pistachio.
And
Cranberry orange?
why? No, it's not a muffin. It's not a gross muffin. It's a delicious beverage.
Oh, banana.
Not banana. vanilla or
Pepperoni.
Wouldn't it be great if that was the actual available in 2 delicious flavors, vanilla and pepperoni?
chocolate. It's chocolate.
Oh,
it's
it's not chocolate.
Vanilla and chocolate, all right?
All right.
And I'll tell you what, Monday, Mary's had a lot of exciting things going on.
Yes, for
Very
International
exciting
Women's
things.
Day on Monday.
But I got an even bigger thing happening on Monday with Wendy's.
You're bringing her a pepperoni mochaccino, aren't you?
Frosty
Chino, sorry.
That are available during all hours.
Okay.
That Wendy's is open.
Yeah.
But there's a new product that they are launching that I'm just...
Let
me
me guess. Is
or
it,
man,
yeah.
you're going to be just floored by
Is it called dinner pancakes?
It's not called dinner pancakes. It's not. No, it is.
I'm just saying.
I'll give you a little tease. Jalapenos.
Jalapenos.
Yeah.
Jalapeno Frosty Chinos.
No. And,
Are they calling them Frosty Chenos?
And
Jalapeno flavored Coke.
It's combined with one of Poundcake's favorite things.
Guys?
Poppers.
Oh,
Oh my God, poppers! So many memories.
Could you imagine if
spicy
jalapeno?
poppers.
It would be great if they were able to combine the amyl nitrite with like jalapeno poppers.
So
you
much
know?
coughing.
Oh
This is
God! I'll tell you what.
spicy.
They taste great. The heart palpitations are a little off-putting, but I'll tell you what.
I got to check with my doctor, make sure I can take those on antidepressants.
Probably not.
Poppers? Yeah.
Well, you just sniff it,
Right, but I still don't.
That might be an
chemicals.
asking for a friend situation.
Right.
Our poppers aren't illegal, are they?
I said it's chemicals.
Yes, I don't know that they're illegal, but I mean, heart palpitations can really kick your ass with those things too.
Yeah, I haven't had poppers in years.
Well, there you go.
So I'd probably die if I try.
Well, no,
to
you're
take
still a young man. I mean, a lot of old dudes would kind of mess around with those.
What do they do?
It just makes you get
just
a
get a
real
rush.
intense rush for like 30 seconds, and it makes you really horny.
Oh.
30 seconds.
Something like that.
It's pretty quick.
And like I just remember a guy that was just like running around the club. He was like, poppers, and he just would put them in your face. And I'm like, I'm good. Thank you, though.
No, thank you.
So Frosty Peños are coming on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Not Frosty.
Jalapenos.
Alan, WandaVision was a ripoff of Legion. No. I mean, they're two separate universes. Legion was a show I really wanted to like, but it got so goddamn convoluted that I bailed after like the first season. There was just too much going on in every possible direction. WandaVision was a lot more linear than that show. But it was fun while it lasted. So I don't know what to tell you. Okay, so Bill's big announcement for Monday. There's simply no way that we can put those hints together and figure out what is going to be happening on Monday. But since it is International Women's Day, maybe...
It's something that women are going to go crazy for.
Okay.
So I know women love jalapenos.
Yeah, it's our favorite.
Okay.
It's with the... never mind.
Are you okay?
Yes.
And
All
it's
right.
Wendy's, the most feminine, forward-thinking of all the fast food franchises.
Is that not Five Guys?
No.
Or Jimmy John's.
Okay.
No.
Well, and her bodice spells mom, too, right? A little hidden message in the Wendy's.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, her little neck spells mom.
You're not
So
supposed
it's
to say
giving
that, but
you
it's-
get a subliminal kind of maternal feel, like you're being cared for with food.
What about Dairy Queen?
Huh?
What about Dairy Queen?
More pound cake speed.
That's
Not as feminine?
Huh?
Not as feminine?
Oh, I don't know. Dairy Queen?
Mm-hmm.
It's just not, you don't think of that when you want to eat food.
Yeah.
You think of it.
Hot dogs? Come on. Grill and chill, Alan? Come on.
I was waiting on you at the chill grill.
Netflix
Well,
and
I'll tell you
chill
one
and
thing,
grill?
They don't got breakfast. Wendy's does.
Well, that
During breakfast hours only.
depends on what your definition of breakfast is. Because if you've never had a fried mushroom for breakfast,
I've never had a fried mushroom at any time of the day. A fried mushroom?
yeah.
I don't think so. You mean like a big...
Not like a portobello mushroom. They're like
They're like little...
pop in your mouth, like little bite-sized
mushy
mushrooms.
mushrooms that are breaded
Button
and deep
mushrooms.
Oh,
fried.
breaded and deep fried.
Yeah.
I don't care for mushrooms in general. Yeah.
Big fan over here.
Okay.
How do you feel about jalapenos?
Muy caliente. Yeah, big fan. No, I don't. I'm not a big mushroom person. It's one of those things that I wish I liked because I think they're good for you, like avocado. Don't care for it.
Both of those things in my omelet this morning.
You know what? Good for you.
Yeah.
What do you want me to tell you?
That
you got
I'm better
pans
than you.
Okay, fine.
Oh, good for you.
Fine, Mary. You're better than me, all right?
Isolate it. 305. Play it over and over again.
You're better than me. I'll say it again. Man. Alan, perhaps as a part-time listener, I do not have all the facts. But listening to yesterday's show reminded me of a Trump rally. Large amounts of disinformation were dispensed. Okay, so let's go through this. First, Poundcake and his "we'll only have to wear masks for another month." Move to Texas and good luck with that. I won't let such idiotic comments destroy my faith in the upcoming generations of my fellow gay man. He's speaking extemporaneously. He's probably joking.
I didn't say that we should wear masks for another month. I'm saying when I went to go buy a new mask, trying to do my, duty to society, the gas station...
Duty. Oh, God, duty.
Mm-hmm. The gas station clerk was like, "Oh, you sure you want to buy this?" He actually gave me the third degree because he's like, "You sure you want to buy this? We only have to wear them for another month." I'm like, I know what we are required or what we have to do, but I'm still probably going to wear my mask. So, this guy.
Okay.
So it sounds like they have the misinformation.
I'm taking him piece by piece. Okay. Well, he gives himself a little bit of daylight. Maybe as a part-time listener, he doesn't
Sorry,
have
I'm hungry. I don't mean to snap.
Right.
I'm just hungry.
By the way, I don't know what delineates between a part-time listener and a full-time listener. I mean,
40 hours a week plus.
We're only on part-time. We're only on 4.5 hours a day. So we're by definition we're only on part-time.
But if you're only listening to part of the show, you're not going to have all the information.
Well, he's certainly taking exception with the things he has heard.
Okay, well, let's keep going.
Second, I do not wish to take another person's inventory and celebrate Mary's accomplishments in her struggle with alcohol. However, Bill telling the listeners and your concurrence that the definition of sober only applies to alcohol is most disturbing. That's what it is.
That is what it is.
It's not straight edge.
Look
sober is not drinking. You can not drink and do all the cocaine you want
and still be
and
sober.
still be
You're
sober.
just not clean.
Not clean or straight edge.
People driving crazy.
Sober, not affected by alcohol, not drunk. Sober.
Being told to go to the dictionary is enough to make me lose total respect for your cast. I always do enjoy when people tell me they've lost respect for me. I can't lose something I never had.
What?
I didn't know I had it until you told me I lost it.
Why does that bother that person so much?
Because
when that is the definition.
And you think he'd know. He says, as a 20-year member of AA, I fear that the opinions expressed about marijuana use will lower the bar of sobriety for your listeners who may be struggling with addictions of their own. Well, so this is a person who's co-opting other people's pain.
Well, and I have also said multiple times on air that I'm sharing my story and what I've been through, and I'm not generalizing for anybody else or anybody else who's struggling. There are some people who struggle with weed the way that I struggled with alcohol, and it's just not that way for me. And there's some people who don't struggle with any of it. You know what I mean?
And I'm sharing Merriam-Webster's definition of sober.
It says not affected by alcohol
not
is
drunk,
what it says. That's right. In my opinion, he says, promoting the definition of sobriety I heard expressed on your show is a great disservice to your listeners. Well, sir, let me be the first to say, as a part-time listener, you obviously don't know how frequently I do a great disservice to our listeners. It's a feature, not a bug. He says, I've stopped listening to Rover, and now I think I'll do the same with Alan. Sincerely, Steve Rousey. All right, well, there you go. So Steve is trying to deprive himself of every last bit of entertainment that he possibly can in his continuing efforts to do something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wish you nothing but continued success in your recovery, Steve. I feel like I'm surprised somebody who's been in AA for 20 years is still that thin-skinned. You know what I mean? It's tough, boy. Mary's 2 years sober, and that's no small accomplishment. To 20 years, imagine that. That's a guy who really probably still mad he can't drink.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to project anything onto him, but there's a lot of people that you meet that are like, like I was saying how after my dad died, I was afraid to leave the house because I didn't want to stop at a liquor store or whatever. There's people who are 25 years sober who live like that every single day, and they just struggle with it that hard that it makes them feel, I don't want to say insecure, but it's things like that where they just need and I'm not saying Steve is this way, but like a constant safety blanket around them of their terminology and their feelings and their I don't even know, beliefs, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's got some very specific thoughts on yesterday's show. That's fine. I welcome them. That's why I asked you, by the way, after 2 years, is it as hard every day? Like, do you have to every day? Is it, because it varies from person to person.
Only since my dad died.
There you go.
Honestly, I was one of the people, I quit and I knew I was done though. So I had a few little temptations over quarantine, but I know how much better my life has gotten. So for me, that temptation to go back to such a train wreck of a lifestyle was never really there until my dad died and I didn't want to feel anymore. That was what it was. I wasn't necessarily striving or reaching for the taste of alcohol or that addiction again. I wanted to be numb. I didn't want to feel. I didn't want to hurt. That's why I was tempted.
And I can understand that because the way you feel is so intense.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
That I go, wow, no wonder she drank the way she drank, because when you get feelings, they're like 100% feelings.
Yes.
Not like this little trickle of a feeling that I get in the back of my neck where I'm like, I don't know if I like that, but I'm not going to explore it.
Right.
And also, Steve, just so you know, I was 2 hours sober, and now as soon as we go to a commercial break, I'm going to drink because of you.
We've all got our own cross to bear, right? Okay, thanks. I've got to take a break. 35192 if you want to text. If you're on hold, I'll grab you on the way back, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show. thoughts and voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007. Call us up, 800-348-1007. 35192 to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there. Brand new Poundcake podcast. The latest is up there as well. It's called Meaningless Chatter. And it's up there for your enjoyment. Hey, Tim, what's going on?
Not much, Alan. I just want to call and say I really love your guys' show. And
thank you.
I got some fast food Wendy's trivia for Bill here.
All right, bring it on.
All right, Bill. So why does Wendy's have square hamburger patties?
All right, they have square hamburger patties because Dave Thomas, the founder of Wendy's, was adopted, and he slept in a round bed, and it was very hard to fold the sheet, so he said nothing circular except buns, and that is why
correct
square patties.
Mm-hmm.
So the answer is wrong, but I'll give you the
effort points, please.
So when Dave Thomas started his company, he wanted to provide the best burger, the best service, and he didn't want to cut any corners, and that included his hamburger patties.
Why not square buns?
Because you didn't have to cut
You know
those.
what? I don't know.
Is Wendy's based out of Dayton? It's an
Yeah.
Ohio
No,
company.
Columbus.
Right? Oh, is it out of
somewhere in
Columbus?
Ohio.
Columbus, yeah, because I think the original Wendy's is across the street from Kosai,
No clue.
something like that.
Okay. I met Dave Thomas one time in
You
the
met
early
Dave Thomas?
in the early 90s.
All right. I know you've met a lot of famous people, but I'm most impressed by meeting Dave Thomas.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
By like a lot. You
Yeah.
met Dave Thomas.
Early
That's cool.
90s, yeah. Not the guy from SCTV, the guy from Wendy's.
I'd be impressed by either.
Either one of those, yeah.
But I am really impressed by the founder of Wendy's.
Alan, can you pick me up off the ground, please?
I'm sorry?
A little pound cake? Can you pick
on
me up
the
off the
ground.
ground?
Oh. Yeah, you know, the most important thing that I
Right.
need to take care of right now.
But Dave Thomas, he does have a pretty incredible story if you know about it. He really was adopted, and his him starting that business and like the caller said, not wanting to cut corners. I'm a big fan of that guy. So yeah, I'm very impressed that you met Dave Thomas.
I mean, I didn't. He was just on the show I worked on. I
don't care. You met him.
Yeah, I didn't do any work to meet him, but
Well, it doesn't matter. You met a legend.
all right. Well, there you go. And he named it after his daughter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Was that his only trivia question?
I guess it was.
I was like ready for more trivia.
Yeah.
If
I
you would have
miss
asked me
trivia.
when they serve breakfast, I would have had that one ready to go.
During breakfast hours.
Only. Only. Everybody serves breakfast during breakfast hours, but they might also serve breakfast during non-breakfast hours. They serve breakfast during breakfast hours only.
But the Frosty Chino is not part of the breakfast menu. It's available all day long.
And by the way, that might be pretty genius in how they figure things out, because for a while everybody was like, hey, you get breakfast anytime you want. These guys stuck to their guns. So when it comes full circle, people go,
They don't want those ragamuffin customers that are like, oh, I want breakfast all day long. No, we are disciplined people.
That's right.
At Wendy's.
That's right. We're working with the normal circadian rhythms
Right.
of people's stomachs and schedules and whatever. But boy, when they drop that cranberry walnut mochaccino, that is going to be good.
Frosty Chino. It's not that hard to get.
Peppercino.
Right. Peppercinos, jalapeno poppers.
The Cavaliers are not represented in the All-Star game on Sunday, but they will be represented a week from tonight in New Orleans when they'll be back to the second half of the season. Boy, the first half has not gone as well as they had hoped.
There's been some ups and downs.
There have been some ups and downs, to say the least. So 1 week from tonight, they'll play the Pelicans in New Orleans. I saw that the Pistons released Blake Griffin.
Yeah. He'll probably sign with the Lakers or something like that.
Nets,
maybe, yeah. They had
go back to New York.
So now for the All-Star game, they do a draft. So LeBron and Kevin Durant pick their teams, and that's very entertaining. But the last two players picked were from the Jazz and
John Stockton.
Nope. Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
But the Jazz have the best record in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And
He
like
picked
Charles
him last.
Barkley's talking like, you're going to lead the best record in the league. LeBron says you need someone with size, and you don't take Rudy Gobert. He's 7'4". He leads the league in blocks and defense. Like he's an incredible defender. And LeBron's like, oh, well, it's because when we're growing up and we're playing video games, we never, even though John Stockton and Karl Malone were legends, you know, nobody ever plays with the Jazz, so we kind of forget about them. So it was some nice little shade thrown at the team with the best record, and I thought that was funny.
But also, aren't they, for the All-Star game, aren't they kind of looking for, like, marquee names first, too?
Well, Donovan
With all
Mitchell
due
is
respect,
definitely
is he?
on his way to a marquee name. He's a very exciting player to watch.
Okay. LeBron picked Giannis, right, for his team?
That was his first pick.
First pick, yeah. So anyway, so Blake Griffin, who never really blew up in Detroit the way
His
I think
injuries just,
they had hoped.
Yeah,
he's so hot though.
His injuries
Is
really
he?
Why can't he
hampered
just
him.
model? Like,
Because I don't think he's that good looking.
He's great looking.
He's got a lazy eye.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
Blake Griffin.
No, he's like a weird something. I think he's real funny. Like when I see him on shows, he's funny. Like
He's got a prank show.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
He certainly pranked the Detroit Pistons by telling them that he was going to play basketball for them.
Hey, he played all right. They just had a crappy team. I mean, and he had to kind of change his game because he was basically this athletic scorer that would just dunk around the rim, but he's developed a three-point shot and kind of had to adapt a bit. But he's, those injuries, the same thing with like D Rose. You have to learn to play a different way.
Yeah.
And
Well, I
I give him credit for being able to stick around in the league because with the injuries that he had, a lot of people never make it back.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, and they picked up big checks from the Clippers for Blake Griffin, but so I'll see what happens there. But
there's also an Inside the NBA documentary on after the game, and I was watching that last night, and that was really interesting because just the way they've built that show with Ernie and Charles and Shaq and Kenny Smith, and how they kind of added one piece at a time, and to where it's become now, like we kind of take it for granted, but there was nothing like it when it first started, especially once they added Charles Barkley.
Barkley said it's his favorite thing in the world.
It's incredible.
He said he loves doing that show.
It's a really good show, and it's not just about basketball. And like that, they talk about moments where they like broke the mold, like not looking at the camera was a thing that they did, which you say like, oh, that's not a big deal, but it was. And then not using teleprompters, but then there's a moment where Charles Barkley was talking about Roy Jones Jr. getting knocked out in a fight or getting knocked down. He's like, I'm talking about this. They're like, well, this is a basketball show. He's like, I don't care about basketball right now. I'm talking about this moment where something happened that never happened before.
Mm-hmm.
And so like them just being in the moment and having bits making fun of Charles' weight, him gaining weight and losing weight and recording it all and being like open to be made fun of. Like it was a really big thing. And very groundbreaking, according to the documentary about the show. That
yes,
is
the
made
people
by
who
the
wrote.
show.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. According to the producers of that show and documentary, it was very groundbreaking.
But it really was, and it's pretty enjoyable.
I can't wait for Ken Burns' 17-hour documentary series on Ken Burns documentaries. It's described as groundbreaking and nothing like it ever before.
Right.
Very exciting.
Are you saying Boo or Boo Earns?
Boo or Boo Earns?
Ooh, you did that good.
He does a pretty good Montgomery Burns.
No, I think he was talking to Mary.
Yeah, I nailed it.
She did.
Boo Earns.
Boo Earns.
I would say
I
Boo
sometimes
Earns.
when you play that Alex Jones clip, I sometimes can't tell if it's Alex Jones or Bill imitating Alex Jones.
What do you mean?
The songs, you mean? The Alex Jones songs?
I don't do an Alex Jones impression.
I mean...
You mean the Alex Jones songs that I played?
That Alex Jones recorded.
Right, his revenue stream. He's trying to get hip with the kids.
By doing some spoken word covers.
Doing some of those songs.
Of songs from 25 years ago.
Well, they sound like rants that he would relate to, and that's why he wanted to do those ones.
Mm-hmm. And frankly, why not?
Mm-hmm.
Been around the world, and I found out that only stupid people are breeding. Those cretins are cloning and feeding. And I don't even own a TV.
Tell you
All right,
what,
if you can't tell the difference, you're stupid.
He nails. He nails flagpole sit-up. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Alan, hate the show. Got
Thank
another trivia question for you.
For me or for Bill?
Is it Wendy's related?
Well, I got to go with you, Alan, since you and I are the same age, and I don't think Bill will get it.
Don't underestimate Bill Squire.
Or overestimate me.
Right. Don't overestimate him or underestimate. Okay, go ahead.
All right. In the Flintstones, Fred Flintstone plays a race car driver. What was his alter ego's name?
I was never a big Flintstones guy. I mean, I'd watch once in a while. I remember, wasn't there not Kent Rockwell. I remember the Way Outs. I remember.
The Way Outs were the Jetsons.
Oh, they were? Yeah. See, then I'm way out. Fred Flintstone's race car driver alter ego.
Speedy McDinosaur.
Speedy. I don't know. Goggles Paisano. I don't know.
Well,
How did you get that?
What?
Goggles
That
Paisano.
was right. How did you do that?
Because I thought long and hard about it, and I tried to cast my mind back to that episode of the Flintstones, and then I quietly Googled it.
Come on.
Just because I happen to remember the 13th episode of the 5th season of the Flintstones, Matt. Don't hold it against me.
Who doesn't, you know?
December 10th, 1964. It's burned in my brain. I wasn't even alive yet. No, I would have never gotten that. I don't even vaguely recall Goggles Paisano.
All right, let me ask you a question. What kind of cigarettes did Fred Flintstone, a.k.a. Goggles Paisano, like to smoke when he was watching Betty and Wilma do the actual work around the house? We just played this on the show like yesterday.
We did, a couple days ago.
Part-time listener.
Matt's a part-time listener. He's got a life to lead.
You got me in that one, Bill.
What are the old-timey cigarette brands? Maybe that'll help.
Chesterfield?
Not Chesterfield. This one is still around.
Pall Mall?
Tastes good like a cigarette should. That shake anything loose? Tastes good like a cigarette should.
Blank Churchill.
Me and my...
He was a Ghostbuster.
Me and my blank, we got a real good thing. That was the jingle way back in the day. It was Winston. The Flintstones were pimping Winston cigarettes.
They sure work hard, don't they, Bonnie? Yeah? I hate to see them work so hard. Yeah, me too. Let's go around back where we can't see them.
Yeah, let's go around back where we can't see him and light up a Winston cigarette.
Can you imagine how easy it must have been to write ad campaigns back in those days?
When you didn't have to worry about offending anyone.
Well, you didn't have to worry about offending anyone.
It was like Mad Men.
You also didn't have to be that clever. Tastes good like a cigarette should.
Yeah.
On my podcast, I was playing old Mr. Potato Head commercials. And like the original tagline for Hasbro toys was, Hasbro toys are fun to play with.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Someone got a huge bonus for coming up with that line. They're like, how do we do this?
I'll tell you what, Frank, that idea that our toys are fun to play with, genius. Madison Avenue loves you.
You could tell that they were all drinking while they were coming up with these because they're like, yeah, it seems like a good one.
Sure.
That'll work for the kids.
There was very little competition. So they were like, yeah, I mean, we've got like one of two toy companies. We're just going up against each other.
You know what, though? If I had two toys in boxes, and they were a very, Mr. Potato Head and Sir Spudface, and I'm looking at them, and this one says it's fun to play with, and this one doesn't say anything.
Well, it's going to say, but what's the competing? They just said we don't even need a tagline.
Maybe.
We don't need to
But if
try and
one
promote
box
it.
said Hasbro toys are fun to play with, and the other one didn't, I would go with the box that said these are fun to play with.
Okay. But what
I think I would leave it up to the consumer to infer whether or not, listen, who thinks a toy is not going to be fun to play with? I want the one without that tagline because I'm like, see, they don't even have to tell me it's so friggin' fun. They know I know. Just looking at it.
Hasbro's coming off desperate here.
Hasbro's all insecure, going, hey, these are fun to play with. I mean, what do you want from us?
Meanwhile, Sir Spud's like, it's inferred that you're going to have fun playing with our toy.
Sir Spud. Yeah, old Mr. Potato Head, like first gen
They're
Mr.
creepy.
Potato Head. Awful.
Yeah,
So creepy.
Check out the Bill Squire show, and it is very creepy because it's just a potato and then parts that you'd stick into it.
Yeah.
And then someone's probably like, hey, are we going to have dinner? No, the kids are playing with it. So I guess no potatoes for dinner tonight. And like, well, I wanted dinner to be ready. Bam!
There you go. I'm going to go out back and smoke a Winston while you mow the lawn with a mammoth.
Mm-hmm.
How do you like them apples? Hey, Freddie.
Alan, what's going on?
How are you?
Oh man, not too good, man.
Okay.
I've been dealing with this scorching case of jack itch. I don't know what's going on with Northeast Ohio and these fungal infections. But man,
Well, Mary had thrush, so who knows? Yeah, who knows what's going on? Yours is a little bit further south. You've got what they call dong thrush.
You the worst.
Right?
Yeah.
I came home from the gym and I was like, man. So I looked down, I was like, oh, I got the jack itch. So I rubbed myself down, my funky bunch with dandruff.
You got to lotion up the funky bunch.
And man, I woke up the next day and my funky bunch looked like they were 92 years old. I was like, what is going on?
How do you get jock itch, by the way?
I was just going to ask that. What is?
It's athlete's foot on your crotch.
I was
That's all that
thinking,
it is.
does it just come from like not
It's
washing?
just from
or
being
some tough
sweaty
acting to
or
acting.
anything.
Athlete's balls.
You can literally get it anywhere.
Can you?
Yeah, well, I kind of messed up. I've been training pretty hard, and I was also doing some survival stuff, gearing up in case the grid goes down. So I was like...
Oh, Freddie's working in some humble brags here. He's like, listen, I might have jock itch, but ladies, I can murder a buffalo and feed you for a month, so don't sweat it.
It rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again.
Mister, if you let me go, I won't press charges, I promise.
Now it places the lotion in the basket.
Please.
Put the lotion in the basket!
So bad at listening.
The great
Following
Ted Levine.
directions, yeah, but that girl, I mean, how hard is it to put lotion in the basket?
Put the lotion in the basket, like Joe Dirt. All right.
Broken record. Puts lotion on its skin. Are you happy now?
Is Freddie gone?
Yes,
Okay, I was
let
going to ask
Freddie
him what he
go.
was training for. If
Well,
there was
apparently
something
he said he's
Apocalypse.
training for when the grid goes down.
Okay, well,
right.
that's not the worst idea.
I'll tell you what, though. I do like what, like survival types are like, I'm prepped for when the grid goes down. I'm sure that there's no shortage of guys like that in Texas. And when the grid went down, there weren't people like stalking the streets in buffalo pelts. They're like, oh no.
Maybe they had a bunker.
I'm in my house and I've got no power.
Well, there was people.
What a great
I wanna
future
say,
for the
like,
country.
I saw somebody share, like, their brother is one of those types, but he was prepared for when the grid goes down, but he prepared in the wrong way, so he didn't have any of the actual proper equipment he needed.
That's the trouble.
To keep his generators going and
yeah, like
stuff
canned
like
peaches
that.
aren't going to help you when the electrical grid goes
Right,
down.
and guns, you can't shoot guns to generate power.
We need to harness the power of gunfire to power our great nation. I texted my brother because my middle brother, the one who my nephews, they just moved him out to Tucson. They're still actually out there, and they're going to be coming back, but they're moving him in. And I texted him while all this stuff was going on in Texas, and I said, do you guys have a generator, like a home generator, like a hardwired one that you got to have a natural gas line to? Not something you just plug in. And he goes, no, because our power never goes out. I'm like, man, you are lucky. Because where I live, like if somebody farts 2 doors down, our power goes out.
I've only had
I don't know why that is, but it just is.
I've only had one significant power outage since I've been in Squifle Tower, and only like once or twice where it's even gone out since I've lived in that building.
Well, but high-rises have backup generators, right?
No, I don't think ours does. 'Cause
really?
We went, like, what was it, a few months ago, probably back in like September or something, there was a power outage.
Huh.
And it was out for a few hours. And
Yeah.
remember, I was a hero. I saved those people that were in the parking garage.
Yeah, you were a hero. Mm-hmm. No, but my brother goes, yeah, my father-in-law bought one of those generators. And they're not cheap. A good one's like $6,000.
Oof.
And he goes, yeah, my father-in-law bought one, and then the city fixed the issues with the grid in their neighborhood. I'm like, well,
You got it.
you can't plan for that.
I have the receipt.
Right. Let me take a break. If you want to call up, you can. 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. I'm going to have another $50 to Legacy Village for you a little bit later on, and we're giving away $1,000 to Legacy Village, a gift card. Do some shopping over there, some green for St. Patty's Day, as it were. So you can register for that ahead of time. Go to WMMS.com.
The Alan Cox.
won't make you sick.
The Alan Cox Show. On 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. If you want to text me, keep in mind Sunday morning, it is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week every Sunday morning, 8 to 10 here on MMS. It's the Week in Cox. It is hosted by Poundcake and Bill.
But what if someone isn't available to listen to it then?
I'm glad you asked. It's now in podcast form.
Oh.
Just as you can listen to the daily Alan Cox Show, whether you are a part-time or a full-time listener. The Week in Cox, if you are not up early and can't hear it live, you can listen to the Week in Cox podcast, which is available on iHeartRadio, and I can only assume wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, now I know.
Now you know. Information. There are slight differences between the two. Bill and Poundcake do not host the podcast for you. So if you
Spreaker does.
If you tune in to hear Bill and Poundcake's repartee as they set up the segments from the week, then you're going to want to tune into MMS because that's an invaluable part of that. But for convenience purposes, the Week in Cox podcast is available to you as well.
Did you know that the podcast of this show, the Alan Cox Show, is in the top 1% of all the podcasts on the entire planet?
I've often said that we are a group of emotionless 1%ers around here, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Speak for yourself.
Now, the Bill Squire Show is in 2.5%, top 2.5% of all podcasts. And the Poundcake podcast is in the top 98%.
Hey!
Yeah, no, it's in the top 5%, actually, so
Nice.
good for you.
That's good, Is it buddy. Really?
Yeah, top 5%. And that just goes to show how many podcasts there are that aren't getting listened to at
Right. But that's not our problem.
Not our problem at all.
Our problem.
We're all top 5%ers.
I just want to thank all the people that do listen to my podcast and give me feedback. Even Dustin. But people really tweet me, and they'll really, like when I said I was going to have the medium on, and I want like listeners to, zoom in. People were hitting me up, and I'm planning that, so don't you worry. But yeah, I appreciate all the love from the Poundcake podcast.
It's doing well.
Well, the new one is up. If you go to alancoxshow.com, you'll see it right there. It's called, what's it called?
Meaningless Chatter.
Meaningless Chatter is what it's called.
It's entertaining, but you may not find it particularly useful, but it's entertaining.
Listen, there's nothing, not everything has to be useful, right? Things can be entertaining.
Well, that's what you were saying. What a great attention getter, but people are. I don't think people want to tune into the Poundcake podcast to necessarily be informed. I think they want to laugh, they want to giggle.
I'm just saying that you might not want to prejudge yourself. Is what I'm saying. You might not want to.
What's the meaning behind Tiger Woods' little black box?
Put that thought into their heads, right? If they go meaningless chatter. I mean, I know you're being cheeky, and you can call it whatever you want.
Mm-hmm. And I did.
You don't even have to give it a title. Poundcake Pod. It's already got a title.
It needs a title.
Does it?
Each episode, just for tracking purposes, it needs a title.
Okay, you could say episode 1. Episode 2.
Well, it says all that stuff and a title, too.
Yeah. Well, call it whatever you want. It's your podcast.
And I did it
It's your little piece of
too.
real estate around here.
I said I did it bedside, too. Didn't drink any water during it. But.
Bedside.
Mm-hmm.
No gulugs.
I'm just parched. No, I didn't do that this time.
Okay. Well, speaking of being in the top 5%, I don't know what the percentage is, but Ohio is number 3 for the most COVID cases on campus. So that's something.
We're number 3. We're number 3.
I guess there have been almost 25,000 positive coronavirus cases at 62 colleges in the Buckeye State over the course of the pandemic. 25,000 alone. Listen, it's hard to not have. My son had it at Michigan State, and he wasn't around anybody. So it's hard on campus when people are living together and doing things. Try telling kids on campus that they shouldn't go places and do things. Ohio is the third highest case count among colleges in the country, which also includes D.C., Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. Texas, of course, tops the list with more than 42,000 positive cases on campus. Florida coming in at number 2. So Ohio, the Florida of the North, comes in third. And then Pennsylvania. We beat Michigan, Kentucky, and West Virginia, by the way. But I have a feeling that has to do with the fact that there just aren't that many colleges in West Virginia.
Or they're not counting correctly and they don't care.
We have a lot.
Yeah.
But again, we have a lot of schools.
Ohio is a party state.
Ohio is a party state.
I think we are.
Isn't every state a party state?
No, because we are one of the drunkest states, and so all our universities, they're in the middle of nowhere, and they're party central.
Now, where are you deriving that information that we are one of the drunkest states?
It was like a statistic that we talked about on the show,
right?
Like
many
times.
And you're attaching that to college campuses?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I just know from people, no matter what college I went to, or whatever college my friends went to, we all had the same stories. And it was like, it wasn't just getting drunk on a Friday night. It's like sitting in the back of someone's pickup truck going down the road, going 90 while you guys are drunk. Like crazy, wild stuff that I don't think most colleges do. Because they're in the middle of nowhere and they don't have anything to do. Like OU, wild. Because there's nothing there but that college. So they rage.
Okay. So you think that there's going to be more shenanigans going on if the school is in the middle of nowhere?
Absolutely. They party harder because they have no other choice.
Now, you could also make a case for urban universities having access to more places and things.
Bars.
Not so much, because I know Akron was a commuter school, so a lot of people didn't necessarily stay on campus to party. Now, don't get me wrong, we did have some wild parties, but we were tamed in comparison to Kent. Kent, every year, somebody was lighting something on fire. There was a mattress on fire that the squad had to get called into, and they were shooting rubber bullets at people. Akron, we just had one time that we were featured on
Rubber
World Star Hip Hop.
Okay.
Well, that's a change.
Well, for our college parties.
Well, I'm just saying with Kent.
Switching from lead to rubber.
Oh, yeah. Kent was always burning something up. Like, whenever I would hear people go to Kent for Halloween, I said, good luck not getting arrested. Because that's all I would ever hear. We're going to Kent, bro. You want to come? No. Because everyone always gets arrested. Anyone in my friend group. They don't play.
Different than at the University of Akron, you're saying?
Akron had bigger problems. People were getting murdered and robbed on campus. Kent, again, was kind of in the middle of nowhere. Like, everyone knows Kent State University. So, I mean, the only people that are there are going to the school. It's not a big commuter school.
But again, that's what I'm saying, is I think these are these are differences without a distinction, or distinctions without a difference, really. Is that any college campus, you're going to have people partying, people getting arrested, things on fire.
Well, Walsh was like a dry
I went to
campus.
a real nerd school, and there was still stuff on fire, and people getting arrested, and underage drinking, and,
The last college jock itch, for example.
Which, by the way, is a male yeast infection. So
Yeah.
just
get some Lotrimin.
There you
You'd be
go.
all right. You'd be
Figure
all
it
right.
out. Yeah.
But yeah, like Walsh was a dry campus, and then they had like Mount Union. All those people would come up to our schools to party.
Yeah.
So we were rage.
Well, the Ohio State University had
The Ohio State University.
the Ohio State Università had the most cases in the state, with the University of Cincinnati behind them. Where is the University of Cincinnati?
I'll give you one guess.
Oh, so it's aptly named. All right, well, anyway, congratulations to Ohio. We are only trailing Texas and Florida, two states that have done an amazing job all throughout the pandemic. So we're in good company.
What campus is the most dangerous campus in the state of Ohio? Because you have a lot to pick from. You have
What's your danger metric?
Like murders,
Crime?
Violent crime?
Because I think it would be between Youngstown, Akron, and
Dude, Toledo, during our...
Oh, I forgot about Toledo.
During our
Dayton.
orientation, everybody's like, the day we signed up for campus alerts, we're in orientation and everybody's phone went off because somebody got stabbed at the Scott Park campus. My dad was sitting next to me. He's like, I don't know if this is a good idea to leave you here. People getting stabbed day
And then
one.
he got mad at you for dropping out. Make
Yeah.
up your mind.
Come on, dude.
Because there's some dangers. Like Youngstown's pretty bad. Cincinnati's bad. Akron, I know from experience, is bad.
CSU, you got that.
I don't know. I've walked down Cleveland streets many times and not had a problem. Knock on wood.
Well, also the violent crime rate. I mean, if you look at violent crime on campus, it does lean more towards urban campuses. I mean, the safest college campus in America is Brigham Young University.
No. All the soaking they're doing? How safe is that?
It might not
Safer
be.
than you think.
It's not a violent crime.
I think the safest one
Crime
probably
of
would be
They're
like
soft on crime there.
over by Mary, Baldwin Wallace. Probably
Yeah,
the best.
right. Oh, safest.
Safest.
I was like, nothing happens in Berea.
That's
You're
what I'm saying.
fine.
That's the safest.
My boyfriend the other day had to go do something. He locked his door. I was like, we're going to be gone for 10 minutes. And he's like, I don't need anybody. I'm like, you're in an old person town.
I'm with him.
I'm with him, bro.
I
Lock the doors.
get
Always
it,
lock
but
the
What
doors.
do you think is going to, I don't know.
It doesn't.
care.
That's when
Who cares?
where I live.
That's what they prey on.
Where I live last summer, I was reading about this rash of car break-ins, okay? And I was like, really, that's pretty bold. People are coming out and they're finding, like, glass outside their window. It just doesn't, it's not very common out where I live. And the lady was like, oh, no, people just left their cars open or the keys were in the glove box.
Right.
I'm like, okay, well, if you're a moron, then yeah.
My
a false
ex-wife would
sense
be
of
like,
security.
somebody went through my car. I'm like, oh, they broke in? She's like, well, I didn't lock it. I'm like, why? Lock it.
Yeah.
Lock the car. How hard is it? Well, I have to carry things. I'm like, no, there's no excuse. You're a 40-year-old woman. Lock your stupid car.
If your door is unlocked, the door might as well be open.
Yeah.
Just leave the door open. So I was like, oh, well, that's different. They were making it sound like there was a crime wave of people like taking crowbars and smashing, As it is, I don't ever have anything in my car anyway. So even if somebody looked in, they'd see nothing. So
I'll take the trash from my door to the trash chute, which is maybe 25 steps. I will close my door. It locks automatically, and then I will open it back up.
I got a dirty
That's
look
annoying.
from Jesus.
I don't know that I'd go that far.
That's annoying.
I mean, if your door is in your eye line while you're dropping down the chute,
I don't care.
It's just how I do
It's a
things.
good, it's a good habit to
It's
keep.
just how I do things.
This lady looked at me. I was at Jesus Sunoco the other day, and she
What?
The Jesus Sunoco.
Oh, I'm like, what's Jesus Knuckle?
Jesus Sunoco.
I'll show you Jesus knuckles.
And I was just going in for.
Might want some of those poppers first.
It's a new flavor of Frosty Chino. Jesus Knuckle.
Jesus Knuckle.
I mean, I was only going into the gas station for like a hot second, and this girl was like next to my car. And as I was walking in, I just locked it, and she looked at me like, "Ain't nobody gonna steal your stuff." Like she looked at
Did she
me.
look at you like that, or did she say it?
Her look said it all.
She shot
He's
you the
assuming
look.
what
Yeah.
her look was.
Because she was a black lady, and she kind of had like a raggedy car. She was just like,
But you're a black man with a raggedy car.
My car is better than hers.
Maybe she was like...
I take pride in that because I don't get to say that to
I
a lot of people.
understand, but maybe she was just giving you a knowing look, like, yeah, a couple of busted-ass vehicles we got here.
No, she was looking
maybe she
at
was
it
winking at you, Oh, she was looking at you like, nice ride.
No, she was looking at me like, what you locking for? You paranoid. Like, ain't nobody gonna take your stuff, you little raggedy car.
She might be right. But there's still, if you don't lock your car, you don't have an excuse when it gets opened and things stolen from
She was
it.
offended. Her look, she gave me an offended look just for me to walk in and pay for gas because I got my card. I just got my card back from it being like the numbers being stolen from at the pump. So I'm afraid to pump at the pump anymore.
Oh, somebody got you on a skimmer?
Yeah, man, they do it. They get
Really?
me at least like twice a year.
How does that happen? That's never happened to me.
Stop going to Jesus Sunoco.
I go there all the time. That's never happened to
Dude,
me.
that's the only time I've ever, I mean, I had my physical wallet stolen twice, but the only time my credit card like that has happened is when I pay at the pump, which you guys make fun of me for going to the gas station all the time. And
I'm
the
just
only
gonna do
time
that from
I
now
ever
on.
hear people complain about it is when they pay at the pump. And then all of a sudden,
It's just so convenient. And it was I didn't get my number stolen at that gas station. It was just like anytime I do it, I'm like, just go in and pay. Like I want like a soda anyways. And I'm just like, no, you don't need no soda. Just pay at the pump. And then literally I'll get a call a couple hours later. Hey, were you at Mandalay Bay? Like, does it look like I'm at Mandalay Bay? And then I just get pissed. So I got to cancel my card.
That's so weird. I know
I don't
skimmer.
think
That's never happened to me.
I've had my card stolen before, but I feel like it's more online stuff, not pay at the pump.
Huh.
How do they know where they stole it from?
it's just the last place you used it. So, like, if you use your card at the gas station and then 25 minutes later, it's being used somewhere else, where else would they have gotten it from? You know what I mean?
They could have got it from online. I mean, I don't know if it that tracking necessarily means it's the last place you used it.
Or if you're, I don't use my card anywhere. I'm not. I hate
use my
paying
card.
with my card.
I
I've
only use
always been team cash. Always, even through COVID. You guys can call me
I
girl
feel like
dirty.
but that's
I
the
don't
thing.
care.
That's the thing too, though. If people steal your cash, they have your cash. If there's a fraudulent charge on my card, I call up the bank and I go, "Hey, this wasn't me," and they go, "Oh, okay, we'll take that off."
I get that, but I'm saying for things like gas and stuff like that, I would prefer using cash because it's just what it is. That's how I am. That's how I'm wired. I don't like using my card.
Burned, I understand that.
Yeah.
Alan, they look for garage door openers in the cars to get in the house later on.
Oh.
Oh. Nice, quiet way to break into somebody's house. You open the garage door.
I had
Maybe you need a new garage door if it's making that noise.
I need 2 new garage doors, trust me.
When my ex and I broke up, I didn't think about giving the garage door opener back. And sometimes when I would get mad, I'd drive by and just open it.
I did that on an old house that I used to live in. I still had, they never came and got the garage door opener after repeatedly telling them, you got to get this. And I would just drive by and open the garage door.
It wasn't attached to the house, so nobody could get in or anything like that. But I just was like, mess with your mind. So when you would come home, you're like, what the hell? I know I closed it.
Does that count as breaking and entering?
No.
You didn't enter.
I didn't, and I didn't
And
break.
you didn't break in.
Yeah, I had a key.
Yeah. It's opening and driving by.
Unlawful opening of garage door.
Trolling is what it is.
Well, and there are some neighborhoods, too. I mean, I've lived in them before where it's like if you have a garage and for some reason you're having fun or whatever, you forget to close the garage door. You come out in the morning, you're like, okay, what's left?
Yeah.
Because everything else is probably taken, so.
It just makes me depressed driving past like my old childhood homes because they look so much better than when I lived there. Like, oh, wow, you guys actually have a garage door that works. Like, ours was just filled with a bunch of random stuff. We had a broken window there. Like, we didn't have a garage door opener. You open it by hand.
But did you have, like, the partitioned garage door, or was it like one of those flat wooden where you had to lift the whole thing up?
My first house was a flat wooden one, and then the other house we moved to, it was a wooden one, but that was more like the smoke den. Like, that was my stepdad out there smoking the reefers, so we didn't really go in there that much. I had like a moped in there, but that was it.
Well, all right. Alan, make sure you wiggle the card reader before you pay at the pump or the ATM.
Yeah, I do that.
I do that.
I don't even know what that means.
The skimmer
Wiggle
is
the reader?
The skimmer. When you get busted on those skimmers, that's just like a fake facade that's on the actual thing that somebody puts on there. So if it's not part of the pump,
it'll come right off.
Yeah.
Oh.
If it's not part of the pump, you'll figure that out by.
You never clicked on any of that stuff, those clickbait things where it's like, here's how you prevent your card being stolen.
No, because I use cash. I don't need to worry about that. If I have $20 in my
Neither do I,
hand,
because I wiggle the thing.
if I take my $20 and I give it to the gas station attendant, I don't have to worry about my credit card being stolen.
And also a good thing to point out publicly that Mary Santora only carries cash.
Always
No,
flush
I'm
with
not
cash.
saying that.
Buy your albums in cash.
Yeah, people aren't going to mail you cash for your CD, which is out now.
Actually, that's how you should do it. Mail me.
Oh, that's
only,
not how you should do it.
Just mail me your bills, your dollar
I'll send you a
bills.
self-addressed stamped envelope.
I'll give you my home address for you to mail me $100 bills. No. You can pre-order using a card if you're comfortable with that.
Alan, tell Mary to check out the Berea Sun News. The car break-ins were just happening here in the fall.
Okay. I guess I'm a little too trusting.
Yeah,
that's one way to put it. I've just never understood. No matter where you live, I've never understood. People are like, "Oh, we don't lock things around here." I'm like, "You are not a serious person. Why would you not do that? It's no extra effort. It's not like you have to. You don't have to walk around your car anymore and open the door and manually lock your doors. You know what I mean? Like you go. Beep.
There's a button.
Yeah, button.
Hit the button.
That one. It's fine. I've got to take a break. I'm going to lock the studio if you guys go out. Okay. So
hey,
there's been a lot of gang activity in this part of the hallway, and I've got to dump some.
Do try a potato.
35192. If you want to text, if you want to listen, you can anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
From the MGM Northfield Park. we all know birds aren't real.
Science knows.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
35192 to text. AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch live there. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app throughout North America and beyond. If you do it outside Ohio, tell me where. Also, if you need an Alan Cox Show sticker, people hit me up for those, and I'm happy to send you one whether you're here or somewhere far away. If you want to rep the show with one of those, always happy to, provided you're patient, because I can't send them out next day, but all you got to do is email me your address, and I will send some to you. Krista is a bureau chief in Puerto Rico. Paul listens in Ann Arbor. Kayla is in Duxbury, Vermont. That's with an X. Marty listens in Cedar Point, Illinois. And Mike is in Rochester, New York. So thanks one and all. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always call us there and drop a message. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan. I was just calling because Poundcake was talking about campuses and security and stuff like that, and University of Cincinnati's campus is actually really insulated, and he mentioned that the campus is actually really safe, but off-campus is terrible. I was once being arrested for public intoxication, and the only reason why I wasn't arrested is while we were being questioned and they were about to put the handcuffs on us, there was a shooting right down the street, and the cops left that and then went to go deal with that. So that's kind of the situation he was dealing with. And he was talking about his friends going to Kent State to party, and I started partying Kent State in high school, and he finished off my college career there. And I don't know who he knows that people were being arrested on Halloween, but I've never seen anyone arrested on Halloween unless you were, like, trying to fight a cop. So that's all. Thank you.
But if you were dressed as a cop on Halloween and fighting a real cop...
It's some dirty work.
Trying to...
They dress as cops and then fist fight the cops in the front yard.
Right. And try to convince them that you just work at another precinct, man.
They're not fighting the cops. They're fighting the frat boys.
That's
yeah,
right.
But either way. Yeah,
Either way.
Immediately, I picture Norm Macdonald punching one guy and being like, ow.
That is potentially the upside of going to an urban campus, is they really have their campus security locked down. Because across the street, there's bad stuff happening.
We had Akron PD and then Akron
Campus PD,
Akron
right?
Campus PD,
Yeah.
which I think there was like a rivalry going on there because the Akron PD had like the best budget ever. They had like the souped up cars and everything. It was nice. And then Akron PD, if it was off campus, they're like, well, technically, this house is off campus, but we're gonna let Akron Campus PD solve it because they get paid more, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really go to an urban campus, but we were 10 minutes from like the city limits. I went to college, the very first suburb north of the city. And so all you had to do was get on the L and go downtown or whatever. So there was always, it's not that far to creep up there and scoot around looking for, some kid who left his BMW unlocked.
Just the foolish things that it just boggles my mind that I did. Like leaving the campus, I would have my radio shift in Colby Hall from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. and then walking home off campus with my headphones in, not a care in the world. It's dark.
The station was off campus?
No, I lived off campus. So
I see.
I would walk from campus to like my house, which was like just a block off. But after you get off a certain point, like those street lights get further and further apart.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so I'm just, I have my headphones in, jamming out, probably listening to some like Whitney Houston or Mariah Carey. I was right for the picking. I don't know how I survived or didn't get shanked or robbed or something.
Good for you.
I just got homeless people coming up to me whenever I would stop at like Subway or something. They're like, yeah, I'm really hungry. I'm like, you're not getting my Subway, man.
I can't hear you. I'm listening to Whitney. What? Alan, I went to Kent. Every time there was violence, it was because Akron kids came to party.
And that's what Poundcake was saying.
Some Akron kid murdered a Kent student while I was there.
Oh, my goodness.
He was dressed as the National Guard for Halloween.
Stay on your own campus. Stay on your own campus.
See,
we don't want Mount Union people coming up to our school or Walsh. Stay on your own campus.
How far away were those schools from each other?
Like 25 minutes, 30 minutes.
I was going to say Walsh is in Canton, so it was like a half-hour drive up. But
that's what Toledo and BG were. We were about a half hour apart. And it was like you had to, because you had to plan that. You can't, we would be like, oh, we're going to go to BG for the night.
You have to have somebody to stay the night with.
Right. Or
Didn't Mattitude go to BG?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, okay.
There was this really horrible hotel, right? I don't even know if it exists anymore. We stayed there on my 21st birthday, right when you get off of the highway to get on the exit that BGSU is. It's called the Victory Inn, and it was. There. Have you stayed? It's so
doing gigs, yeah.
Bad. It was, and we had like 15 people in one room because we're all just drunk and it didn't matter anyway. But when we got back to the room drunk, someone went to go take a shower and the water was like running brown, and it's like $60 a night.
It's in Bowling Green.
Yeah,
it's called a Victory Inn.
Oh, a Victory Inn. Yeah.
A Victory Inn.
A Victory Inn. A Victory Inn and Suites.
Well, that's the thing.
The End Zone Bar.
How many stars does it have?
Huh?
How many stars does it have?
-6.
Well, you had to
see the reviews.
If you were going to go out there for the night to go drinking, you had to make plans, and if you didn't have anybody to stay with, that was always the place where you'd end up. Ugh. And it was just so like they knew it was just going to be drunk college kids and people just hooking up.
I never liked it.
Well, here are some reviews. A jacuzzi with a king size was really nice for the price, but it's not in a great neighborhood. It isn't in good condition. You get what you pay for. Our room was not very clean. The toilet barely worked. I'm glad I only had to stay one night, is what it says. I would never stay there again. My problem was with the staff.
They did not care.
We had 4 adults, and they gave us 2 towels for the room. Well, again, you're going to get what you pay for.
Yeah, it was so cheap because that's who they were appealing to, was people who are just like, I'm too drunk to drive home. I need to use this.
The property is very run down. There's a warning sign that the sprinkler/alarm system doesn't work.
Better not be a fire.
Yeah, comfortable bed, clean sheets. Didn't feel unsafe, is what that person said.
No, it's not unsafe. It's just gross.
Yeah,
that's all.
Grimy.
This hotel is the worst I have ever stayed in, and no travel agency should ever recommend it ever. The towels were brown. The floor had urine by the toilet.
Yep, all of those
things.
The
water wouldn't turn off.
At least they turned on.
The one bed had no support for the 2 feet at the end of the bed. So when you sat on the end of the bed, it sprung up from the other end. It's like you're sleeping on a seesaw. All right, well, there you go.
Stay on your own campus. Stay on your own campus.
My roommate and I started dating roommates who they both lived in BG. So once we were with them, we could always just stay at their place. But there was probably 6 months where we were going to BG pretty regularly before we met those two. And where we would have to Victory Inn or like somebody had to either make a phone call.
I don't like that.
It was before Uber. There was, you could take a cab a half hour back to Toledo.
I don't trust potheads with coordinating like our plans because someone's got to supply the weed. Someone has to be the DD. And so-and-so on Kent, she stays in Centennial E. So we're going to stay with her. Then you get there. She has 4 other people staying with her. Yeah. So now you fight over the beds.
Just laying on the ground.
Like, my friends went to OU for, like, their number fest, and it just sounded like a nightmare. Like, well, our ride, flaked on us, so we had to walk back 4 miles from the, site. I'm like, I'm never doing that.
There's a hotel. I don't know if it's still there. I haven't been down there in a while, but there's a hotel in Chicago called the Congress Plaza Hotel, and it was right downtown in the Loop. And they tried to do this balancing act between keeping it kind of a historical, and it was known as Chicago's most haunted hotel, right? It was built before the turn of the last century, and it still had like blood stains in parts of the carpet from like mob hits and stuff. So they were trying to, part of them was they were trying to, or at least saying they were trying to keep it historically intact, but they probably just didn't want to put any money into it. And then still having like regular tourists come and stay. It was a downtown hotel. It wasn't like a motel. And I just remember like staying there one weekend with somebody. And I was like, we got to get the hell out of here.
Right.
Like, this is paying way too. And it wasn't like $69 a night. You know, it was like $320 a night. Yeah. So they're like, oh, there might be ghosts back there. Like, okay, let's get the hell out of here.
That's a nice way to not have to update your hotel or anything like that. Like, oh, it's not up to code, but it's just ghosts.
Yeah, we don't want to rile up the undead. Mm-hmm. Alan, the Victory Inn got shut down 10 years ago to a prostitution ring.
Oh, for sure. There was definitely prostitutes and truckers because it's literally right off the highway. Like, you could get off, pull in, and get back
hub.
on. Well, Toledo was already big for that because it was so close to the Michigan border. And then once you cross over into Michigan, you're only 20 minutes from Canada. You know what I mean? So it was...
That's why all the hotels around here, they're always keeping them under a microscope because we're at 77 and 480.
Mm-hmm.
You get right on, get right off.
I worked at the mall in Toledo, Franklin Park Mall, and part of our training was like human trafficking and noticing the signs. And if you see like a young girl with an older man and she's quiet or uncomfortable or things like that, you know, that there's things to look for because like malls and open businesses, like bigger areas, parks, things like that are places where they would traffic people. It was really scary.
It's fun being a gal, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Hey, I mean, get that day on Monday, so, you know,
hey,
it all
International
evens
Women's
out.
Day. That's right. People are asking if you're going to be okay waking up before noon on Monday.
I don't think so.
Because you're
we'll
doing the
find
last
out.
half hour of Rover, and then you and Doogie are doing the midday show with Jason.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, it's going to be fun.
All right.
I can do it once a week. I can get up at 8, I guess.
Okay.
But by 3:30 in here, I'm like, I can't see straight. I need to revel.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
There's a hillbilly strawberry smoothie out now.
Yeah, those jalapeno walnut popper smoothies are going to be out by then, though, I think. Those will be good.
It's not what they are.
Hey, Tom, hello.
Alan.
Yes, sir.
Just listening to the show today jogged core memory from the one and only time I was at Kent for Halloween. I was playing beer pong, and there were these two couples dressed as the Flintstones. That kind of what made me thought about it. And later on the night, wasn't thinking anything about it. I'm walking down 59 back to the dorms, and I hear this commotion. I hear someone yelling, "Get off the road, you're going to jail." Well, unbeknownst to me, part of their costume, they made a Flintstone mobile out of cardboard that all four of them were in, running down 59 with a cop chasing them, telling them to get off the road.
Sure. Did it have a big brontosaurus rib on the roof?
It did not. It had the canopy. It was pretty good looking. And a second note, I lost a bet the other day, and I made a gentleman's bet with a coworker of mine. And the loser, we were listening to the show, and we said, well, whoever loses has to drink 4 Loko. And I drink regularly, but whoever made that reminds me of like the how they accidentally came up with Post-it notes. This is like someone was trying to come up with a drinkable meth, and this was the byproduct.
Right, yeah. They were trying to come up with a really strong adhesive, and they came up with a really light one, and thus the Post-it note was...
That's their spring campaign, actually. Drinkable meth.
Drinkable meth.
I don't remember what flavor I got. I just know the can was green and my eyes were watering.
Watermelon.
And all you've got to do, you'll sleep the sleep of angels tonight to recall that Drunk Sue subsists primarily on that. So
yeah, I think I need to get to a dialysis center before the weekend's over after that.
All right, well, Godspeed, Tom.
Thank you, sir.
All right, there you go. There's Tommy. Hey, Jill.
Hello. I listen to you guys every day. I love you.
Hey, thanks very much. What's up?
I'm a BG alum.
Oh, good for you.
There's no place in BG that is run down. It is a lovely little small town. Mary, Toledo's in a ghetto. You're coming to BG to party. Do not rank on Bowling Green if you're coming to stay and rank in the hotel.
Have you ever been to that Victory Inn Hotel?
No.
Then don't say anything, because it was a nightmare.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
BG is absolutely a prettier, cuter little picturesque town than Toledo was, especially that like stretch of Main Street.
It's just a college town.
But that motel was it was awful.
Yeah, I stayed there. It was gross. When did you graduate from there?
I graduated from there a few years ago.
In the newer.
Oh,
where
maybe
it's been
they've
shut
updated
down.
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, we're talking.
How many years ago? How many years ago were you there?
2008 to 2012. So it's been almost 10 years for me.
Now, Jill, just to be clear, are you sure you didn't go to Western Kentucky University in Bowling Green, Kentucky?
That was the massacre.
Yes, I was a Falcon, and Toledo was a Racket, and they sucked. And it was a sucky university, and Bowling Green.
Just so you know, they all suck. All right,
It's look at this. Yeah, it's.
I never said Toledo was
college
nice.
rivalry. All right. What did you study there, Jill, when you were matriculating?
I was a business administration grad.
Okay.
And what do you do now?
How does it work? Did it work out for you?
Supply chain. That's what I do now.
Oh,
just like every little girl's dream.
Those are heavy to lift.
Well, it's not stand-up comedy, but I make a living. So
Right. She's going in hard on Toledo grads. Wow.
I didn't even graduate.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Jill. I appreciate that. Just what every little girl dreams of.
Oh, yeah, I remember when
I
you were
work
little.
in supply chain. Mommy, I want to work in supply chain technology.
Well, if you work kind of hard, you'll be able to get into Bowling Green University.
There you go.
State University.
Bowling
and then,
Green.
bam,
Right.
You'll be in there.
There you go. Alan, holy hell. That means the Poundcake and Mattitude are college graduates. Yes, this is not new information. Poundcake is a college graduate. And Mattitude, former intern on the Alan Cox Show, is a college graduate.
I feel like I want to rescind my high school diploma.
What?
Because I didn't earn it. So I feel like I should rescind it.
Whoa. I feel like this is a change of events. Every conversation up until this point, you're like, I didn't do anything. I still graduated. And now
Right,
you're
but
like,
now, but again, like I think that makes my accomplishments even better if I'm a high school dropout.
oh my gosh. Whatever you want, Bill. It's your life.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give it back?
No, but you did get one. You can't pretend you didn't get one.
I did, but I didn't earn it. So I feel like I can call up the school and be like, hey,
But somebody
take
thinks
me
you
off
did.
the rolls.
Somebody thinks you earned it.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I'm trying to come clean on it. I think it's the right thing to do.
So you want them to rescind your... It's not a GED, right?
No, it's like a true high school diploma.
High school diploma.
Yes.
You got out by the skin of your teeth.
Mm-hmm.
They probably want to get you out. And you were like, hey, could you guys take this back? Could you remove me from the rolls?
Remove my name from the rolls of graduates. Change the stats. Say, like, there was only this many graduates this year. Yeah.
So what, class of
2000.
Class of 2000 is when you graduated high school.
And you only want to do this so that your accomplishments look better. Someone who doesn't like accolades, you want to do this so that it looks like you've accomplished more.
He might be onto
When
something.
it comes to the accolades, I don't like awards. I think award shows, that's like the thing that I don't like.
Okay.
When people always mix that up. I think the award show stuff is stupid because it's also subjective.
Okay.
But I'm proud of the things that I've accomplished.
Yeah.
Especially as someone that didn't really graduate from high school.
Except you did graduate from high
school.
school.
But not really, because I didn't do the work to earn it. So
those are two different things, though.
Right, but I didn't.
Well, according to them, you did.
I don't want it. I don't want to be acknowledged as a high school graduate.
So then let's figure this out. Let's see if we can... Where did you go to high school? Medina High School?
Medina High School, yes.
Let's see if we can get in touch with him and go, hey, is there any way that you can rescind his diploma?
That would be nice.
To have your name
I'd feel better.
stricken from the record.
I would feel better.
But not stricken from their record as a student.
No, because I was a student there. I just wasn't a successful student, and I would like it to reflect that.
I mean, there are a lot of people, you can laugh.
I'm
there are
just
a lot
blown
of people.
away right now.
There are a lot of people in his position who had no business graduating high school. Mm-hmm. School wants them out. School doesn't want them hanging around for another year. So they're like, oh, you did it. Get out of here.
Well, the reason I was able to get the diploma is because, like, there was a correspondence course that I was supposed to do that I never actually did, that my mom did and sent in, that got me the diploma. And I would like to fess up that I cheated on that because my mom did it, not me. And so I would like to not have that diploma anymore.
So you want it to be stricken so badly that you are now
20 years
throwing
later,
your mother under the bus. 2 decades later.
I didn't ask her to do it.
No, but now you're blowing up her spot.
I've told the story many times. It's not like it's a secret.
For part-time listeners, Bill, you're
All right. Well, I'm blowing up her spot for part-time customers.
Okay, but I wonder if the administration, would have any... because essentially that would put you in academic limbo. You were a student, but you want them to unrecognize you as a graduate.
Exactly.
Curious what this would... I'm genuinely curious what this would consist of logistically.
Maybe one of our customers works in a school and would be able to answer if this is even possible.
I mean, you're in the senior yearbook.
Yeah.
There's a photo of you. Right. There's a photo of you. Right.
Hire
But
somebody.
I didn't go to commencement. I didn't graduate on time even. I graduated in the fall of 2000, so I'm the only member of my class technically.
Hire somebody to find all the yearbooks and scribble your face up.
No, because again, I still attended the school.
No,
And
just a
also,
senior year.
But again, I still attended the whole year, so you don't have to do that. I just don't want my diploma, which I don't even know where it is anyway.
Does it even count for anything at this point? You're going to be 40. What does your high school diploma count for?
Nothing, but
What's the big deal?
because I just think it's funny. I think it's funny to make someone go through the rigmarole to have me removed.
For someone who doesn't like paperwork.
I was going to say, this is going to require a lot of paperwork on your part.
I don't know if
How
it will.
bad? Of course it will.
I don't think so.
It's going to multiple things are going to require your signature to make you're trying to
A signature is an easy thing to do.
You're trying to
When I have the right addresses, that's when I get perturbed.
You're trying to disappear yourself. You're like someone who wants to
I'm trying
ghost.
to be honest. I'm trying to say that I didn't earn that.
Why 20 years later are you having this epiphany?
I thought about it for a while. I just
Oh.
never thought about going through with it until now.
20. What was the catalyst for you finally?
You not planning a show today.
I did plan a show.
You
I
said you
just
didn't
didn't
plan
come
much
up
of a
with much.
show.
That's right.
Yeah,
I certainly
so-
did not. All right. So what you're saying is your timing is perfect.
Is there anything else from the last 20 years that you would like rescinded?
Oh,
that
so
you
much.
didn't earn?
So many things.
Anything that I didn't earn, but most
Should
of
we
the
make
stuff
a
I
list?
earned. I earned a lot of the stuff that I have. So
Maybe could you just give the diploma to your mother?
Set it on fire.
like
Send it
sign
to
it over to
Jesus.
her like a check.
Yes.
Again, I'd have to find it because I don't know where it's at.
You endorse it. And
Yeah.
Then, yeah.
That would be cool. Actually, that might be what I do, where I get her. Then she gets double diplomas because she graduated from high school. I don't think she graduated from college. She was an X-ray tech, but I think that's like a whole different school.
Alan, can you work at MMS without a high school or GED, high
Yeah.
school diploma?
I'm
I
doing
assume. I mean, no, but you've got the paperwork
Oh,
that
yeah.
says you're a high school graduate.
Yeah, I don't think because Triv always talks about how he didn't graduate from school, so I don't think that's like.
Oh, I was gonna say,
What a
if
shocker.
that's what if
Yeah.
that's a requirement
There you
and
go.
you get this rescinded and they're like, hey, you can't work here without a high school diploma.
Yeah,
Well,
there's
in that
there's
case,
your
I would keep
quality
it.
bar.
You can't discriminate against me. I already got the job.
Well, what if I have to rescind the
Ooh.
job? Bill, it's been
I'll
brought
have to
to
go
our
through my
attention.
contract, but I think I'll be all right.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything that would disqualify me from this job.
Okay. Listen, I've got some people on hold. If you can hang on, I'll grab you on the other side. 35192. If you want to text, you can watch at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Cleveland.
As soon as I can learn how to run a computer, I am starting an online petition to have Alan Cox taken off the air. So help me God, I'm having him taken off the air.
The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7
WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to send me a text? Do that. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com. Listen on the iHeartRadio app, no matter where you are. Hey, Brittany.
Hello.
Hi, what's going on?
Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Hey, thanks.
Love you guys at the show.
Thank you.
I have a bad hotel story.
Oh, yeah?
So, yes. So, we took a family trip to D.C., and we pulled into the hotel, and someone went in to, of course, check in, and next thing you know, an exterminator pulls in next to us and is walking in full suit into several different rooms. And a family is leaving after they went to check in, and their two young children are screaming because there's blood everywhere. Yes, lovely. And then when we explained that, of course, we want our money back, we don't want to stay here, they're like, oh, well, you're more than welcome to stay somewhere else. We sent someone from our party across the street to the different hotel. And in that process, the manager of the hotel we were going to stay at must have ran across the street because it's owned by the same hotel and managed by the same company and employees.
Sure, yeah, they got the whole street sewn up.
Yes, and met us over there and was like, hello, how can you help? How can we help? And explained that, like, where's the somewhere else you can go to? And it was just disgusting, but I thought it was funny how, of course, we went across the street and it's just the same company.
So the bugs and the blood were two separate issues?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
I like that
It was a big day.
The manager's doubtfiring it, where he's
Yeah.
just like changing his clothes as he's running across the street. So he puts on a fake accent.
How can I help you?
I like that he was also asking, like he didn't know what was already going on.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I didn't know they were having problems over there.
Oh,
that's wild.
He's got glasses on and a mustache.
Right.
Mhm.
Yes.
They don't have the same they don't have the same rating that we have. We'd be happy to take care of you over here.
Alan, didn't you say you used
Thank
to...
you, Brittany. What's that?
Didn't you say you used to work at a hotel and you would go into the empty rooms and crank one out?
Yeah, of course. On my lunch break. Yeah.
Don't touch anything.
We had a very famous the hotel's not there anymore, or they turned it into a Motel 6 or something. It's right downtown Chicago. They turned it into a Motel 6 a few years after I left, but it was called the Richmond Hotel, and it was like a boutique hotel, and had been there for a long time. And the top floor, we had a guy, a very famous architect named Harry Weiss, who has been dead for a long time now, but he was a big deal in the 50s and 60s. And as an old, drunk, divorced man, he lived on the top floor of the Richmond Hotel. And he was probably suffering from dementia. I think I Wikipedia'd him a couple of weeks ago or something. He came up in some conversation, and he's been dead for a while. But he would walk through the lobby with a robe, and we'd usually have to ask him to close it. But like everybody knew him. Like when you started working there, part of learning about the hotel was dealing with Mr. Weiss.
Yeah.
So you'd see him in the morning. We'd be like, hi, morning, Mr. Weiss. He would. He'd walk into the restaurant like he lived there. So he would walk into the restaurant. But yeah, every so often, because it was like a big deal that we had pay-per-view on the I'd go into one of the unoccupied rooms and rub one out. And
good for you.
Yeah, and then you'd go back downstairs. You have to
take the charges off.
Yeah, take the charge off. Yeah, you'd dial up the movie, and then you'd take the charges off.
Resourceful.
That's great.
The bar that I worked at in college had an owner like that. He had some kind of a disease that was like degenerative, and then he was drinking a whole bunch, and he was just always around. But whatever it was messed with his voice, so he was super hard to hear.
Mm-hmm.
So like he would be yelling at you about something that you either weren't doing right or that needed to be done. And he was like nobody could understand what he was saying. So he would just get like increasingly frustrated. And it was very difficult to deal with because we're just like, I don't know. Like it was essentially a Hooters. We're all young, hot girls in these tiny little outfits. Like that's what we would wear. And we would just all be standing like, I don't know what he wants us to do. Like, what are we supposed to clean? It was very frustrating on both ends because it was much a communication issue.
I've always maintained that there are few jobs that will prepare you better for dealing with people than working the front desk of a hotel. Because, like, I waited tables for a long time, too. Service industry jobs are good for dealing with people. But when you're waiting tables, if somebody's unhappy with you or giving you a talking to or complaining or whatever, you walk away and you go to the kitchen or you pass the complaint on to somebody else. When you're working the front desk of a hotel, you can't go anywhere. You're right there, and there are people screaming in your face.
And then you have to see them for 3 more days.
Maybe.
Like if they're staying?
I had been at that hotel. I only worked there maybe a little over a year. But a couple of weeks in, because I'd been doing stand-up for a little while too, so my skin was already pretty thick. I didn't care that people were screaming at me. I didn't take it personally. So I hadn't been there for very long at all when they were like, put Alan up front. Like if there was a convention coming to town over the weekend,
get Alan out there.
Yeah, I would be the front desk manager for that day.
Get the Karen sponge out there.
Because hotels, as a matter of course, overbook because they want to stay full, and you overbook because you usually plan on about a 3 to 5% cancellation rate. I don't know if that's still the case. Again, I was doing this 25 years ago. But you would overbook. Well, if people didn't cancel, you had people who had reservations, but we didn't have a room.
You can take the reservations.
You just can't hold the reservation.
Which is the most important part.
That's true. And so you'd have to give them vouchers, send them to another hotel. Oh, boy. So you'd have some people who were seasoned travelers, business types, and they'd be like, yeah, I get it. Cool, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't care. You guys are paying for it. Who cares? And then you'd have people screaming in your face.
Well, and people who are traveling are irritated anyway. They're usually tired or jet lagged or drove through the night, and then they're like, just get me into a room.
Right.
You know, I've been there where there's been issues like the comedy club was supposed to book the hotel or they didn't book it under the right name, or because it's under a different name, I can't get into the room and stuff like that. And it's the same thing. I'm like, dude, I literally just got out of the car after a 15-hour drive. I'll sleep right here in the lobby. Like, just do anything.
I don't care.
Right.
Yeah. I'll bunk with Mr. Weiss.
Right.
I don't care at all. No, I remember there was a girl that I worked with for a little period of time, and I would go in back, behind the desk there's that little room you go into or whatever. It's got, it's got reservation terminals, it's got computer, security monitors, whatever. And I'd go back there, and this girl would have her head between her knees, like hyperventilating after dealing with people. I'm like, you got to get out there.
Right, we need help.
I can't be the only one out there. But there's nothing better than that for dealing with people and keeping your cool.
Yeah.
When people are physically screaming in your face.
The hard part of it. Any customer service job where you're just like, what do you think I'm in charge of?
Right. But like I said,
where I'm like, I'm wearing a name tag, bro.
But like I said, like waiting tables, you can walk away and go, yes, let me look into that for you. And, there's always a certain degree of passing the buck in any job.
But there's also a certain type of person where they think that if you are in that job, they're allowed to treat you terribly.
Right.
Like, I'll be upset, but I know it's never that person.
Right.
Like, and I'll get upset from time to time. Like, but I'm not a yeller when it comes to that situation. But there's some people that they can't wait for something to go wrong so they can complain, or they'll make something go wrong, or they just want to treat somebody poorly, whether it's a server or someone behind a desk at a hotel or anything, just because they want to complain.
There was, when I travel alone, one of the things, I don't like staying in hotels that have doors directly to the outside. That's just one of my things. I tell bookers this straight up. I'm like, hey, because a lot of places will have like deals with certain hotel chains. And I'm like, I don't care. I will either take an extra 20 or 30 bucks, whatever you're getting, and then I'll book myself a place. Well, I explained this to a booker.
It's going to be like a Red Roof Inn or something.
Right. I just don't feel safe. And I explained this to one booker, and we had worked together a bunch, and then like for the third time in a row, I get to a hotel, and it's one of those. And I am so frustrated, and the dude's not answering his phone, and I have like 45 minutes before I need to be on stage, and like this woman behind the desk is like, I don't really know what to do. Like, this is what the reservation is, and I'm trying to call him. And then, like, I did snap on her, and I, like, started crying because I was so frustrated. And she's standing there, like, just so... And I eventually calmed down, and I was like, listen, I know this isn't your fault. This has been a problem with this guy for 2 weeks now, you know? So now I'm over-explaining to this poor woman.
She's like, so do you want the room or...
Right? She's just like, listen, I don't know what to tell you. I ended up being like, you know what, screw him, charge him for it, I'm not staying here. And then I went and got my own hotel room. But yeah, she was like, oh man, lady, what are you doing?
Alan, I actually just installed a bunch of new laundry equipment at the Victory Hotel that Mary's talking about. It's by far the worst location I've ever been to in my life.
It's so gross.
By the way, a lot of people are also suggesting that Bill put himself in a Billy Madison situation. He's not trying to redo the work.
Yeah, I don't want to do this.
He wants to get rid of it. He wants to get rid.
I don't want to earn it.
Right. He wants to get rid of the diploma that says he did the work.
Exactly. This is reverse Billy Madison.
There you go. It's Guillaume Madison. Hey, Donald.
Hey, Alan.
What's going on?
Hey, your mother-in-law name drops you at a certain hotel on the west side when she was staying there.
A certain hotel on the west side. When was she staying at a hotel? When she first moved here?
Yeah. When her place wasn't done yet, she was staying at Crocker.
And so when did this happen? She might have told me about that too. But lay it out for me, though.
My wife's one of the front-end managers, so she kind of got to know my wife. And it was just before, or maybe a week or two before Nora was born, and she was, I can't wait to get my hands on the baby. And so my wife was just being nice, well, that's great. Well, maybe you know my son on the radio.
Yeah, well, she's proud of me.
That's
what do you want?
Mom. That's a mom thing to do.
I name drop my mother-in-law when I get a chance. I'm like, I'm Barb's son-in-law, all right? I need something done right now. Right.
That's what grandmas do.
That's right. She's very happy. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Donald.
Right.
Yeah. I think she told me that story, too.
My mom will do that stuff at like bingo, though. So like I remember one time I went to bingo with my mom, and we're sitting there and playing, and one of her bingo friends comes up, and they're all old ladies, and she looks at me, and my mom will be like, "Oh, this is my daughter, Mary Lynn," and the old lady will be like, "Oh, you're the singer." And I'm like, "Yes, I am, lady."
There's a microphone involved.
I think my parents are going the opposite way. They're like, "Is your son on the radio? He talks a lot of crap about the Mormon religion, and he's trying to get rid of his high school diploma." And they're like, "Oh, no, that's a different Squire."
No relation.
Nope.
My mom. No.
Billy Squires is the guy on the radio.
We have a son that is a lawyer, and one that is he manages a wakeboard. He works for a food processing company, and then our other kids are doing well, but the middle child, he died at birth. It's very sad.
It was very, very sad. We'll show you photos of the headstone if you'd like to see it as proof.
My mom milks being Mama Poundcake.
She should.
Yeah. It's one of the only perks she gets.
What'd you say? One of the only perks?
That she gets, yeah.
Your mom's a medical professional. How does she have to rely on dropping your name for what perks could she get dropping your name?
Oh my gosh!
And when you tried to get she tried to get you to get her perks, and you didn't even come through for her.
That was okay. That was that. I'm talking about name recognition, not like effort on my part. I'm just saying by her saying that she is Poundcake's mom.
Right, but what perks does she get from that?
She is famous, just like how I walked around college campus when I was on this show. Being Poundcake, she is famous at her job as being Poundcake's mom. Her entire nurses station listens to the show.
No, I get that. That's not a perk, though.
It is a perk. Like, they treat her differently. They treat her like a celebrity. So that's a perk.
When I recorded my album, they comped my mom and my boyfriend and my sister and her fiance. They were all sitting together and they comped their tab.
I feel like that's a perk.
Well, my mom
like
comes,
a thing you get.
Okay,
my boyfriend tells my mom, like, my boyfriend comes up to me with this huge smile after, and he goes, "Dude, your mom feels so famous right now." I was like, "What?" He goes, "She's like, isn't it so cool to know Mary? Because we get our chicken wings for free."
Hey, listen.
Nothing
wrong with that.
Yeah, but that's,
free chicken wings or free chicken wings.
That's what you're going to get when you work with a guy like Nick.
Right.
But perks to me are a thing. Like if they go,
free chicken wings.
My mom comes in and they slide her a rotisserie chicken. She orders one, they put two in there, and they say hi to Poundcake for us.
I have heard stories at the nurse's station where she's like, all right, well, I got to go, get this client or get this patient out of the bed. And they're like, oh, no, don't worry about it. You know what? I'll take care of it, Teresa. Your son was...
We know you have too much to handle with Poundcake as your son. We don't want to stress you out further.
Your son was cracking me up on the radio show the other day. She's like, yeah, he's crazy. I can only imagine what he said. She's like, well, do you want me to tell you? She's like, no, probably not. No. But she was like, I'll go take care of the patient. But, oh, my gosh, your son, he is just, whoa.
Your son, how did he get a job like that at only 13 years old? He's 28. Oh, my God. Seriously? I thought for sure. Just to hear him talk, I thought he was 13. No. He's a college grad. What? That can't what?
She tried to set me up with one of her nurses, too.
What? One of her male nurses.
Nurses.
Okay, I was going to say.
My dad never had he never had perks, but when we were working out and I was posting about him on my Instagram all the time, he would be just so flabbergasted if anybody recognized him. He called me the one day just in a panic. He was like, "Dude, you're never gonna believe this."
A panic.
He was like freaking out. He's like, I walk into the bank and before I even get up there, the guy's like, "Hey, Tony Santora," and I was like, "How the hell do you know me?" And he's like,
he's ready to punch him.
Right. He's
What, do I owe you money?
To you?
Exactly.
Grandma had a moment like that where somebody recognized her, and it was when we were doing the podcast. And they're like, "Oh, you're Grandma from the podcast," and she felt very famous.
That would also be weird because they know her as Grandma.
Yeah.
And not even your grandma.
Everyone calls her Grandma, though. I call her Grandma.
Yeah, she's the comedy grandma.
She is Grandma to everyone.
My parents call her Grandma.
Do they really? Hi,
my mom would be like, "How's Paula doing?" I'm like, "Call her by her name."
Yeah. Hi, Grandma. How are you? I don't think I've ever called her that when I've seen her.
No, you should.
Hey, Dreadhead.
Hey, Alan.
How are you?
Oh, man, I'm glorious, brother.
All right, good.
So you guys were talking about being in the serving industry or whatever.
Yes.
One, actually, the hotel booking thing, I told you I started CDL driving and whatever. My manager booked me a hotel, and they had me under my nickname because I told him, don't call me by my first name. So he's like, "Oh, okay, I'll book you by your nickname." They asked for an ID, and he was like, the guy at the counter's like, "Yeah, we can't let you in because this is what it's booked under. So we needed to say your ID's name." So I had to call him.
I was gonna say, why would they put you through the rigmarole of booking you under a nickname?
I don't know why he did that.
You're just creating hassles for you.
Yeah. So I was working at Dave & Buster's. I actually just got home last night. I was working at the Dave & Buster's down in Canton. And
are Dave & Buster's open?
I think it's open right now.
Oh, okay.
They are, yeah.
Like a couple years ago.
All right.
So one of the other chefs, the line chefs, she would, how do you say this radio safe? She would call us all fellatio performers.
Document signers. Document signers, right. S&D, signing some documents.
To perform that on her. And then one day at some point, she was one of those kids that had been bullied a lot. So she felt like she needed to be tough, and she would always try to, yell at other people and whatever else. And I think, 4 months of me working there, I was finally like, you know what? I'm really tired of this, babe. And I was working 2 jobs at the time. I usually have a lot of 2 jobs at a time. But I was tired that day, and I was super mad already. And then she, got in my face and said it to me. And then I told her she was a lady of the night who favorite thing to do was sign some documents.
Yeah.
You want to call that. And I got fired for that, even though she's like walked out screaming that we were all document signers.
Mm-hmm.
Real hypocrite, huh?
I know, man.
You lady of the night? You're around the way home?
The general manager actually was like, "Oh, well, you can't say that to a woman." I'm like, "That's sexist." He's like, "Well, you can't say it to anyone." I'm like, "She says it all the time." He's like, "I never heard it." I'm like, "You've been right next to her when she said it." And then he's like, oh, he said, "I didn't cry when she said it to me." So apparently she had like went into office and was crying and hadn't stopped for like an hour.
Oh man,
And
was
that-
it me?
Oh, you hit her where it hurt.
What got me fired.
Hopefully this didn't happen during
Was it
International
me?
Women's Month. Right. Okay, thank you, Dreadhead. I appreciate the call. Listen, Bill Squire wants Medina High School to S some Ds. So, to get you off their rolls.
Unsign them.
I've
Un-S some Ds.
I've run into the same problem he's talking about with the hotel booking, because when I stand up as Mary Santora and my license says Mary Lynn, and people will look at my license and say that it doesn't match, and I'm like, it's literally all the same. Like,
Right.
look at
I
my
can give
picture.
you every bit of information.
Right. And they're just like, yeah, well, I got to make a couple calls because we got to go. And I'm like, this is a Holiday Inn Express in the middle of Indiana. Like, I'm not trying to get one over on you.
I thought I was supposed to feel pretty smart staying at a Holiday Inn Express.
Right.
And I really don't right now. Okay, I got a break. If you want to text 35192, and we'll be back after these.
It's the you. Don't text and drive. Unless that text is, "Hey, Mom, who was the drummer for Supertramp?" That can't wait.
100.7 WMMS.
One 578-1007. You're going to join us live. Or 800-348-1007. 35192. You want to send me a text. Remember, Weekend Cox. It is Sunday morning, every Sunday morning from 8 to 10, live on WMMS. Bill and Poundcake are your hosts. If you are not up that early, you can listen to the Weekend Cox podcast, which is now available for you wherever you get your podcasts. And then Monday, International Women's Day, and boy, are they making sure that I've got every T crossed and every I dotted for Monday. Mary is going to do the last half hour of the Rover Show, and then she and Doogie will be joining Jason Carr for his midday show, and then starting at 2 o'clock, it'll be me and Bill and Poundcake, and Mary Santora will sit in with us for 4 hours.
Mary Santora from the afternoon shift she's covering? Yes. That Mary Santora?
Yes.
The Mary Santora?
The very same. Tony's daughter.
Oh.
For those of you who are more familiar with him. Yes.
From Team Tony?
From Team Tony.
Okay.
Octothorpe Team Tony. So that's Monday. One of those hours, I think our 5 o'clock hour on Monday is going to be essentially commercial free. So I'm going to throw in some songs of female-fronted bands that I dig, just to throw them in the mix. So that'll be on Monday. And then on Tuesday...
back to regular.
Get back to calling Mary names.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you something. As much as I'm proud of this, I don't know how much stock I put into it because you never know what kind of metrics they're using. But I read a thing today that the drunkest fans in Major League Baseball are Chicago White Sox fans.
Coping mechanism.
Yeah, when there's nothing to look at on the field,
Right.
You got a lot more time to stand in line.
Last year, though.
Yeah, I know, but traditionally that is not the case. White Sox fans outranked, at least within the city of Chicago, outranked number 14 Cubs supporters. They were just going by average number of drinks per game. And the reason that I call this into question is because Phillies fans were pretty low on the list. And any measurement of drinking at ball games that has Phillies fans so low on the list has to immediately be called into question. The White Sox
probably
fans
drink a lot before the game, and they're also, Philly fans. They're probably also sneaking their booze in, so they're not buying the drinks there.
White Sox fans top the list, an average of 4.2 drinks per game and an average of $46 on drinks at games. It used to be a lot more fun back in the day to go to a White Sox game because all those old-timey bars that were around there and had been around there for 100 years either closed down or got bought out and turned into something, I don't know, chain bar or something, White Sox also at the top of the list of pre-gamers. Toronto Blue Jays, St. Louis Cardinals fans tops on that list.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the Indians fans, you ask? They're right up there. Fan bases who drink the most in Major League Baseball, your Cleveland Indians come in at number 4.
Hey.
Not too shabby.
White Sox, Braves, Reds,
I was gonna
and
say
Indians.
Cincy.
Dead last, Philadelphia Phillies. That can't be right. But there it is, in black and white. I got a letter. Speaking of being recognized, I got a letter that just says, "My wife is pissed off. Alan, I need your help." And this is a letter.
You came to the right place.
Well, this is a letter from a guy named Tom, who is our friend Chris Ty, who is now at Channel 2 in Chicago, his lovely wife, Nadine, who's a Cleveland native. The guy who wrote me is Nadine's cousin.
Okay.
My wife Kate and I are huge customers of your show. Kate listens on the radio. I've been to the website and know what all you guys look like. And we were at Chris Ty's wedding last year. You mentioned that you were there at the Shoreby Club. And I recognized you standing on the patio. It was basically me and Gwen, Mark Nolan, Ramona Robinson and her husband. We were all kind of posted up. We kind of only knew each other, or we only knew Ty and Nadine. Didn't know too many other people. So we were kind of posted up against the wall there for a while at the reception. And he said, I realized that this was a private social event, and so I didn't want to walk up and say hello. Fast forward to the show the other day, and my wife was listening on the way home when you mentioned Chris Ty's wedding reception, because I mentioned it in the context of meeting Russ Mitchell when we were waiting for our cars. And I said, introduce myself, and he said, yes, you are, when I said I'm Alan Cox, and he drove off. And my wife flipped out and told him, you will not believe Alan Cox was at that wedding. And she was very upset because he did not tell her that that was me. She said, I can't believe you. I thought you would have walked up and introduced yourself. Needless to say, she brought it up several times later that night by just quietly saying, I can't believe you.
All right, well, there's some good news and some, good news, really. She has the opportunity to go to the website, alancoxshow.com, and see what we all look like, because we are out and about in the city, so you might run into us casually just doing things. Mary and I do stand-up, so you can meet us there. Alan, once in a while, leaves his home, so you might run into him. But on October 1st, you can come and look at us in person every day in downtown Cleveland. Just
face pressed up against the glass.
Or whatever you want to press.
I was going to say,
glass,
please, let's limit it to face. You can really help me by giving her a shout out on the show. It would really let me off the hook.
No, don't do it.
Oh, come on.
Well, no, I already mentioned her name. Her name's Kate, and you could have easily walked up and said hello. A handful of other people did. There were plenty of people who introduced themselves to me. So that's,
I would encourage anyone that is like Kate, that that only listens on the radio, to go to the website or follow us on social media. I don't understand why people don't.
Anonymity.
Anybody else get smacked on the butt by listeners when they get seen in public? Or is that just me?
That's just you.
I do have guys that'll try to hug me for too long, or like put their hand too low. Like it'll be at like the top of my butt, and I'm like, I'll take hands and move them up.
Do you call them out?
All the time. I won't say anything, but like it'll be like if we're taking a picture after a show.
But how could you not know?
And I will literally just move their hand up and be like, come on, don't be. I'm not trying to cause a scene, but don't be like that.
I'm just out buying my Chromatica Oreos, and I just feel a thumb. I'm like, what is that? He's like, hate the show. I'm like,
feel a thumb.
They jab a thumb.
Where?
Guess his ear.
Yeah, where do you think?
That really happened?
A straight guy put his thumb in your crack at the grocery store.
You didn't buy the Chromatica Oreos.
I'm sure he bought more.
I bought another bag, but
And somebody walks up behind you and puts their thumb
and checks your oil.
So this particular instance did not happen. I was not buying Chromatica Oreos, but I have had a thumb jammed up there before. This was a while ago, but not in this particular scenario.
Well, be honest about it then.
No, it happened. But
I know it had happened one time, but you made it seem like it is this recurring thing that has happened on multiple occasions.
I get various things. It might be a thumb. It might be a hand. It might be me getting...
Did somebody recognize you while you were buying these Oreos?
No.
Of the members of the show, though, I feel like customers would probably feel most comfortable touching you.
Poundcake?
Yeah.
You said if somebody hugs you for too long. What is too long? I would think you don't want hugs.
5 Mississippi.
I am actually a pretty big hugger.
1 Mississippi to strangers?
Yeah, like after show, it's usually women who want to give the hugs. They'll come up after, and they're not creepy about it, but sometimes they hold on or really tight. But
really
they have
tight.
Yeah.
They it's not just like a cursory hug. They just
No, it's like I love
squeeze.
you. I listen to you
Okay.
every day. Hug.
And after a show, they've had some drinks in them.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there is every now and then a man who will be drunk and throw an arm around me and like hug me and then do the like where they rub your back. I'm like, please stop. Like, don't. And I'm hugging them too. I will absolutely say that. But they're doing the like, oh, so good to see you. You know.
Still, you'd probably admit preferable to a thumb between your cheeks.
Absolutely.
Thumb in the
That
bum.
has never happened to me. No.
Thumb in the bum in the cookie aisle.
I've had to raise a few, like I said, I've had to raise a few hands up higher on my back, but I've never had someone just credit card me.
Credit card? No, it
We're
was
in the coin slot.
It was
Right.
significant. Walk past. I was like, oh, what was that? And then he's like, hate the show. I don't remember what I was buying. I don't know where I was at. It was at a store, but
Back door, which is the door that everybody uses. Okay, let's put that out there.
I had a guy offer.
Women's History Month, guys.
Not till Monday.
That's still the month.
That's the day.
Back door, which is the door that everybody uses.
This is a piece of history.
Yeah, there you go.
said it. You're a woman.
That's right. As it happened before, it is piece of history. Hey, Joe in Philly. Hello.
Yo, what up, guys?
How are you?
Doing well. So I saw that list this morning. Not super surprised by it.
That the Phillies are dead last on the drunkest fan base in Major League Baseball?
No. Not drunkest fan base. Come on, let's be
Buying the most drinks.
Well, it said the what did it say? Which Major League Baseball fans drink the most? Phillies were at the dead bottom of the list. That's why I called it into question.
Yeah, we drink the least on that list. So
Right.
we're a very frugal city.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's what it is. I see.
I thought that they were drinking before or they're sneaking stuff in.
Exactly. So the way like the stadiums are laid out, it's primed for tailgating. Like the whole Eagles parking lot and that stadium is right next to Citizens Bank where the Phillies play, and that's all covered by these like solar panels coverings. So everybody just sits under there without getting blasted by the sun and just tailgates.
I guess that makes sense then but for the White Sox to be at the top because, like I said, all the bars that were around Comiskey, or whatever the hell it's called now, are gone, which sucks.
Guaranteed rate.
Guaranteed rate field. There you go. I can never remember because it was this U.S. Cellular field for a long time.
And like nobody's paying $10 for a pounder anymore. Like it's just not worth it.
Right. The very dead last spot is a $23 average spend in Philadelphia. So they're drinking before they go in, so they're not dropping coin on the ballpark drinks.
For sure, and they shut down in the 7th inning, so you're really like good for 2 drinks anyway.
I'll assume that it's a typo and not an expansion team, but right in the middle are the Miami Marlins.
Oh,
That's probably not a new team. I hope that's a typo. Are the Miami Marlins a team? I've never heard of them before.
Maybe the person
Team
that
of
wrote
drunks.
this is a White Sox fan and they're 4 deep.
It was Ozzie Guillen who was writing it up. Yeah, all right. Well, okay, good. Well, that clarifies things for me slightly, Joe. Thank you.
Yeah, be safe, guys.
All right, there you go. There's Joe, who is in Philadelphia. Thank you. All right.
I went to therapy today.
Oh, yeah. Are you fixed? Are you done?
I'm done.
You're done? No
I
more
walked
crying
in and
stuff?
we talked for 45 minutes, and he was like, "You're cured."
45 minutes.
He's like, "You can go now. Tell everybody you had no problems to begin with."
It was all their fault.
Yes.
Was this your first meeting with the therapist?
Yes.
This is the first. I mean, was this the first appointment? Was this the first time you met him?
Did he Yes.
credit card swipe you?
No. He had never heard of the show, too. So, I mean, he could have been lying, but I don't think he was.
You need to get rid of him.
But no, I
No,
went
you
in.
need somebody who doesn't.
Well, yeah, he was like surprised by it, so that made me
That's
feel.
why when I need to get like a new doctor or something, I want like an old Asian man.
Well, he's
Like someone who has no idea what's.
He's like an older guy, and I walked into his office, and it was very. I posted a picture of the vacuum in his office on my Instagram story. This thing has got to be the first vacuum that was ever made, and I made the joke. I was like, I hope his techniques are more up to date than the decor in here, but it's the first time.
I'm sure he appreciates you putting that out there.
He doesn't know.
I'm sure.
It was a joke. But yeah, we sat down and we. Go ahead.
Do you always feel like you have to make jokes?
At one point, he said, I can see the humor coming through. So he chuckled a few times at the things that I said. But today was like just the basis, why are you here? Getting to know you questions, like that
Why
kind of
are
stuff.
any of us here, Doc?
Exactly.
I mean, really, what's the meaning of...
I don't know, you tell me.
I would kill in therapy. Oh,
But
just crushing.
You would think.
Yeah.
When I'm going through and like listing, because he's like, oh, tell me, he said, you called about grief, and he's like, tell me about your dad. And so I'm like telling him about my dad, and then it goes into my childhood. And as I'm like telling him all these like factors of my life, where I'm like, well, my parents divorced when I was young, and it was a really messy split. And then my mom, her hoarding got really bad. And then I had to move in with my dad, and it was really acrimonious. And then from there, I didn't get into pharmacy school. And then I had my fiance cheated on me, and then and then my dad died, and I'm like going through all these things, and I was like, oh, I definitely belong here.
Yeah, he's like,
I'm an alcoholic.
He's like, based on what you've said, I've got you gamed out until June of 2029. So I think we've got some time.
We scheduled 3 appointments before I left today, so I was like, he's gotta
in one day.
Yes,
Yeah.
all in the same day.
What is he, $100 an hour? That was
No.
what my therapist was.
I don't know what it is. For now, it's part of like a program we have here at work that the first couple of them are taken care of, but then after that it switches over.
The first 2 are free.
Yeah.
And then you're on your own for your problems.
You're halfway through a session, like, we're sorry.
I know.
We'd like to keep going.
Oh, the timer just went off. I'm sorry. You can add not being able to afford therapy to your list of problems.
He's getting paid in Labatt light blue sunglasses.
Right. It's like, how do you feel about Garfield chapstick?
Tell you what, if you have got your eyes on those season 4 of Murder, She Wrote DVDs, you are in luck. I am your new favorite patient. But you
Yeah.
feel good about it?
I do feel good about it. We didn't really obviously get into anything too in depth today, but yeah, it was nice to have an outlet for that. And all of the customers, you're welcome, because I won't have to bring it here as much. And I told him, I was like, I feel like I've done everything I can do on my own, and these issues are spilling over into other aspects of my life, and that's when I can't manage it, So I think it's going to be a really good thing. And we're going to do weekly for however long it takes. I don't know. But yeah, I'm very excited about it. And I was proud of myself for taking that step.
And you like him?
Yeah, he's a nice dude.
Okay.
We've only met today.
How attracted to him are you?
None.
Okay.
Which was a big factor in it. I'm like, I don't need a cute therapist.
I feel like I had a brief stint in anger management. I went for like a session, and my mom never took me back. So I don't know what happened.
When you were a kid?
Yeah, I mean, I had to have been, because it wasn't definitely in my teen years. But yeah, I went there, and the lady was like, she said something, and I don't even remember what the session was about. And I took like a quiz, like I took like a fill in the circle what applies to you, and I never went back after that. So I was like, wait, I want to know what my assessment was.
I had to take a depression quiz today, where they hand you like a clipboard that has all these things, and you numbers 1 through 4 or whatever, and then your score adds up. And so he was like, the one thing that made him laugh, he was like, do you feel like you are at risk for harming yourself or others? And I was like, no, I just think I've been bumming a lot of people out lately.
Just emotionally.
Right.
Not physically, just emotionally.
Right. I was like, kind of a lot to handle. If
Did
you
he
call
buy
me.
a copy of your album?
He did not.
He didn't pre-order? What a jerk.
Doc, you're going to get number 1 if you get in on it now. Signed and numbered.
Will that taint your...
I wonder what he said about you on his Instagram story.
I don't know.
Oh, you're going to have to find that out.
I bet his is private.
Oh.
When I got back from the Philippines, they made me go to see a therapist because they thought I was a sex addict. And so, like the first session, I was like, yeah, this is what I did. And he's like, okay. And then the next time I went back, I had just started doing stand-up comedy. He's like, how are things going? I'm like, oh, anytime I feel like I'm going to masturbate or want to have sex, I just start writing jokes. And he's like, oh, what? And I was like, yeah. And I never went back again. I was like, I don't want to be here.
Was it?
This was very... Because it was something that my parents set up, and I think he was like a Mormon therapist. And
That's
I was
what I was
like,
gonna ask,
I'm
yeah.
like, you're not getting anything out of me.
Sex addict,
Yeah.
redefined as human male.
Yes.
All right, I think we've cured you. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text at 35192, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app wherever you are, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
It's not Phil Collins?
No. I would imagine you maybe played this.
It's not.
I would imagine you maybe played this as MC Wettings.
It's a wedding song?
It can be.
Really?
I think so. I
I've
mean,
at a wedding, somebody might want to hear it. Yeah.
I have heard it before, but I don't know the artist.
It's called Stairway to Heaven. Do you know who sang Stairway to Heaven? This was always a tough one if you're of a certain age where it would get played at your prom. It was tough because it's a slow dance, and then it really picks up. And, you're nervous. You're in high school dancing, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, do we, like, how do you...
Come Sail Away by Styx.
Yeah. How do we transition
that one will get
from...
You're like, oh, we're slow dancing, we're touching, and then all of a sudden, you're grooving.
You're grooving. Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin.
Okay. So
50.
It's not Phil Collins.
It is not Phil Collins.
You were right about
no.
that. It was not Phil Collins.
50 years ago today, Led Zeppelin played this song for the first time to an audience who had no clue what the hell they were listening to. They wanted to hear some Led Zeppelin rock and roll. They played Black Dog and all kinds of stuff. They were playing the Ulster Hall in Belfast, Ireland on March 5th, 1971. And they started playing Stairway to Heaven. And the crowd just kind of stared at them. 8 minutes later, polite applause broke out among the, they were bored to tears, said John Paul Jones. But 50 years ago today, this kind of ushered in the era of big guitars in kind of Guitar Heroes and things like that. So it obviously became a classic in music. Anytime they do like a best song poll or something, Stairway to Heaven is almost always at the top. But it was 50 years ago today. We were watching a show last night that had a flashback scene, and it said 50 years ago, and it shows this little girl, blah, blah, blah. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, what's the math on that? And I go, you moron, you're going to be 50 in June. Because I keep forgetting, and I go to Gwen, I go, of course, this is set in 1971. I'm thinking 50 years ago was, because I forget, 30 years ago was 1991.
What's funnier to me is to think of like the music 50 years before Zeppelin. Because it was
very different.
Quite a big jump.
Yes. Right.
Dude, that was...
Nobody in 71 was like, here's a song from 1921. It's still a big hit.
If you played the Jitterbug in 1921, they'd be like, whoa!
Yeah.
What are you doing?
The Charleston.
And heavy metal was born. Yeah, so it's weird to think about songs that are around 50 years later and still getting played because radio was not playing the Charleston in 1971.
Right, and it didn't stick around either. Like even 50 years after the Charleston came out, they weren't playing that on an oldie station. Like, hey, this will take you back.
There you go.
To the Great Depression.
Hey, everybody! Remember when there was a run on the banks? Remember when you got an orange in your Christmas stocking? Yeah.
So buying on margin?
50 years ago today, they played it for the very first time in Ireland to a crowd that couldn't have cared less, quite frankly. And you might not be aware of this. This song is still played on WMMS The Buzzard.
I don't believe it.
Every once in a while.
I want to see the receipts.
You will hear...
Listen on Monday. I bet it gets
Stairway
talked
to
up by
Heaven.
Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mary is going to be sitting in with Jason on Monday. And
Momoa,
Doogie,
I
too.
love him.
Huh?
Jason Momoa, I love him.
Please.
Yeah, Jason Momoa is going to be in here. This guy. Not only does he not listen to this show, doesn't listen to the radio station. No idea what's going on.
That would be a good way to honor women
Oh,
on
my
National
God.
Women's
For
Day.
Jason
If they're
Momoa.
like, you have to work 3 times longer than you normally do, but you're working with Jason Momoa. And I'm like,
Yep.
Beard or no beard?
I don't care.
So on Monday, Mary will be doing the last half hour of the Rover show.
Mm-hmm.
And then she and Doogie will be sitting in with Jason. So you'll be hearing them talk up Soundgarden.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be playing some Guns N' Roses.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for the ladies.
Probably Green Day.
Playing some Collective Soul.
On Holiday.
Black Sabbath. On what?
Holiday. But I said holiday.
This is why I'm going to have a conversation with him before Monday's show, by the way.
Not supposed to do any of that on Monday. No
It's
dumb.
not Monday. It's Friday.
No dumb bitchery. No.
That's right.
Dumb bitchery.
No holidays.
That's right. One day, I'm not getting hauled into somebody's office because Poundcake couldn't shut his
together
dumb
for
ass
4
up.
hours.
Yeah, that's right. Chicken ass bitch.
Dude, we'd ask for one.
I'm not going to make it to the
One
new...
day.
Just fire me before I just make it to the new office.
Okay, you're fired.
Just get rid of me.
Alice in Chains. There you go. Hey.
I love Alice in Chains.
Yeah.
She's so cute, that Allison.
So anyway, and then Mary, of course, will be here. So a long day for Mary on Monday. Not as long for Doogie. She'll do her show. Well, she's here much earlier, of course.
Yeah.
But
you can do it, Mary.
That's
Thanks.
it's a long day for Mary.
I used to hate doing that, though.
Used to hate doing what?
I would board out for Rover, and then I would come in and do this show, and I would just be dragging because I wouldn't even go home. I was sleeping here in the studio, and Erica would yell at me.
Yeah, that's why you're supposed to get some sleep the night before.
I did get some sleep.
Well, then why were you dragging by the time the show started
Because
here?
you're just tired.
You're up very early for
You're
that.
not used to it.
Right, that's why you sleep the night before. You go to bed like a 7th grader, like 7 p.m.
Yeah, right.
You do.
Put your homework in your backpack. Go to
Oh,
sleep.
God, when I used to get up at 4 to do Detroit, like, you know, I'd been doing it for a couple of years, and then we had a baby, and so it's like I'm getting up trying not to wake up a baby at 4 in the
I
morning.
don't know. It's the adrenaline too, though. I think that's probably what was keeping me open because like Rover, it's
The
almost
adrenaline of phone screening?
but I wasn't just phone screening there. Like
Board
It was a
hopping.
rush.
The-
Even worse, phone screening is more exciting than board hopping.
well, I mean, he essentially has like a TV studio over there, so the lights were on you, and
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I thought you were in here. Oh, you mean when you were screening the phones?
when I was screening the phones
oh,
over there,
I thought you meant
and-
board hopping.
and I did both. So there was a time like when Chris Tyler was here, he would have me do it like over Christmas break, and I was in here every freaking day.
Sure.
So it was long, but
Yeah, so no mustard vagina on Monday. None of that stuff.
but just
Yeah.
on Monday though.
Just Monday.
Cut down I could definitely do, but cut me off completely I might die.
That only makes me want to do it more.
Cut
Yeah,
me
yeah,
off
yeah.
completely, and I might
it all
die.
up.
Yeah. Right. Now listen, if your success hinges on comments like that, you're not long for this world anyway. So.
I'm gonna say like, oh, why y'all have International Women's Day? That's sexist. I am a cis male, and I'm not even gonna do it
Dr. Suss.
because I'll get in trouble.
You'll get in trouble for what?
I'm just saying if I make an uproar about something that I really don't even care about
On Monday or in general?
on Monday.
Oh. And what would you be in an uproar about?
A fake uproar about, oh, I think International Women's Day is sexist. And I'm like, I'm a gay man. No one knows more about the inequality of the sexes like a gay man.
Right, but you are still a man. The gay part isn't really into it. You are still a man.
That's why.
So the rest of the time is for you. The
we-
month of March,
Why can't we have Gay Day?
we all got together.
Got June.
We all got together and said, listen, let's carve out a month for the ladies. Let's make it March. Like the March for suffrage,
Yes.
right? It wasn't called the February for suffrage.
Or the June.
It wasn't called the April for suffrage. The March. And so then, again, these weren't meetings that I was into or invited to. Somebody somewhere said, we're going to make March International Women's Month. And furthermore, it means different things to different women around the world.
Yeah.
You know? If you're a little white girl in the United States, you're going to have a very different Women's Day than, a young girl in Lagos, Nigeria.
Yes.
To pull a location from Poundcake.
Still haven't found those girls, by the way.
I thought they all got returned. I thought the girls who had been kidnapped by Boko Haram, which is kind of their move, I thought they all got let go a couple of weeks ago.
Nope, just store credit.
No, I just watched a news report.
I've got to ring up 400 girls here, and I can't tell one from the other. So could we just give him a gift card? Or I was reading about how some apes at the San Diego Zoo are the first non-humans to get vaccinated.
Why are they getting vaccinated?
Well, they got an experimental vaccine developed specifically for animals because animals can contract it. So several orangutans and bonobo monkeys.
Those are the butt ones, right?
Yeah! At the San Diego Zoo. Because the apes are the most at risk and can be easily vaccinated. I mean, we share 99% of our DNA with them, so
Probably
it
smarter
makes
than
sense. What's that?
Probably smarter than me.
In what way?
A lot of ways. I don't know.
Huh.
Ask Dave.
Okay. I mean, you are a college graduate. You might be underselling yourself a little bit.
Oh, any dope can get a degree.
Any dope can get a degree.
It takes a real man to get one revoked.
Anybody can get a degree, but when you want to have one, when you want a school to pretend like you never went there, that's
Not
another
that
thing.
I never went there.
But why not
graduate.
But why not do that too?
That would
just
be fun,
like,
I guess.
Can you guys just erase me? It's not like you got something with your name. You know what I mean?
I was
Like,
never there.
I assume you don't have anything with your name engraved in the trophy case. So
I
like
don't
they
think
could.
so. There might be some lacrosse stuff or whatever.
Oh,
but
lacrosse, right?
Like I was a
Sport of Kings.
I'm hung up all over Akron. I just don't have enough money to donate a building.
Well, it's something to consider.
JVS too. They have my picture in the lobby. I'm just like, yeah.
They have it in currently?
I mean, I haven't been back there, but someone told me it was. And when I went there to go speak, they had it. I was like, why do you guys have my
Well, they probably
newspaper
put it
article?
up because you were going to be there.
No, it was just there. It didn't look like it had been touched.
Right.
Because that article came out like my very first year that I was on this show. And I spoke like 2 years ago there.
Well, because you're a notable alumnus.
I know.
How many of those do they have? I don't know. Except here's the thing. You're not an alumnus notable for what they teach you.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
a lot of people have done vocations and then gone on to do other things.
No,
You
I
don't
know,
have to-
but wouldn't they want to spotlight the people who came out of that school and then made that their career?
Like a carpenter that ended up on HGTV or something like that?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, take your pick. It's just like, if there was a school dedicated to one thing, I would think that they would put the people up there who went on to do that thing.
Well, they do have a broadcasting program there, actually. Now that
they
I think
do.
about it, they had like a communications thing, but I didn't do it because it was half day, and I didn't want to go back to my home school at the time. It wasn't a program that I thought I could do.
A lot of people are asking me why Dougie's not doing my show. I was never asked, and I don't know. You know, these aren't decisions I'm making. So if you're asking me, you're asking the wrong person. I don't know. Make no mistake. I'm fine with the way it is. I have no complaints about how Monday is rolling out. I got enough to worry about making sure I don't have any meetings after Monday's show. So the way that it's all laying out, that's just fine with me. I see Douchey in the hallway in the morning. That's fine. Right? She's going to want to get the hell out of here come 2 o'clock, and I don't blame her.
I love Douche.
She's great. But, I mean, why...
I'm going to
Jason's in
start
here.
a change that org petition to get Dougie
But
to do the show.
Jason's in here by himself. So if the two of you are in here with him, cool.
It'd be fun.
Yeah. I don't need you and her and him and me. Like, what? That I don't...
Too many people.
That's fine. Yeah, right. We already have too many people.
Uh-oh.
Guess which one?
Me. I'm over it. This is why I need my own day. I already had National Poundcake Day.
Yeah, and that was yesterday.
And y'all ain't do nothing special.
How did you... Well, no, I'm not going to. How did you celebrate National Poundcake Day?
Went home and sniffed my candle.
Did you light it?
Oh, that strawberry shortcake candle.
Oh my God, it's fabulous.
That's not a euphemism, right? You did get an actual candle.
Yeah, you smelled it.
Yeah.
Yeah! I asked Mary to smell it.
Yeah.
Smell it.
Let me watch it. Get in here and smell it. So you need to find out if your picture is still in the lobby at your vocational school.
I'll ask somebody that still works there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's cool that your school, my high school, and had my picture up.
I mean, they're proud. They
I
asked
don't
me
ever
to come back
remember.
and talk to the students.
That's what I'm saying. I don't ever remember a school having people's pictures up.
Well,
not a high school.
It was my newspaper article that they had. So they had like they had my news article, and then they had like my pictures and like when I had my trash stash back when I was in carpentry. So I walked past, I was like, Her name was Miss Petiti at the time. I don't know if she's still there. I was like, Miss Petiti, you
Miss Petiti. Is there any chance that they put your photo up in kind of a way of, can you believe this guy went here?
Probably. That's why believe me, I was just as disgusted as you would be. I was like, why do you guys have my picture up there? They're like, we keep it up there. We like it. I'm like, you do? It's right there in the office. So if you go get suspended, you're going to see my mug like, bitch, gotcha. Right outside the
there you go.
Right outside the vice principal's office.
Get these out now so that I'm not...
That's okay. Yeah, we got 4 minutes left. Need to get it out.
Yeah, that's right. Get it all out. Get it out now.
So, bitch!
Right.
Go sell your raggedy ass album. Ho!
Just let it out. Just let it out. Let it out.
All right, I'm done.
Have a great Friday, you motherfucker.
She can do it. She's a woman.
She is a woman. She's a lady.
If you would like to buy my raggedy ass album, pre-sales for the CDs are out now.
And why does it have to be raggedy ass, by the way?
I need to get my frustrations out.
What? Against her?
Why are you frustrated against
Why
women?
are you frustrated? Against anyone?
No, just married.
Against
She's getting her stuff together. She's going to see therapy that I can't afford.
I'm in love. I'm going to therapy. I've got a car that's one color. Like, he's just...
All your headlights work.
I know. He's so...
All your headlights.
Getting your teeth straight.
All 8 of them.
My teeth are getting straightened. I don't live in the ground anymore.
By the way, your teeth are noticeably straighter.
Yeah?
Are they?
Yeah. They're getting there.
You can't tell. You don't pay attention to my teeth enough.
I know,
That's
because I saw a picture from...
I saved a picture on my phone
like a
from
while ago,
January of last year.
It's significant.
I was like, well, because I posted all those pictures of me drunk on my story the other day, and those are really bad ones too. But I saved this picture to see how sharp.
So you're pleased with the progress so far, though?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Okay.
I'm about a month shy of halfway there. And the bottom is definitely like way straight, but the top is where most of the crowding is, so that's what's taking the longest.
Is this for the rest of your life? Do you have to wear those? Or
retainers I'll have to wear. I have to wear these until November. And then if everything, I wear these things 22 hours a day. Like, I am doing everything right with these because I'm like, a year and a half is enough. But as long as I don't have to add time at the end, I should be ready to go by my 32nd birthday.
You take them out to sign documents?
Sometimes. If it's a
she wants to savor the flavor, she just leaves it sitting in there.
If it's a full document signing.
If we're just...
I got to go rinse
Not
these
when
out.
you're just doing initials, when you have to write your
if
whole
I'm just
name.
initialing, no. This can stay
Just
in.
a little warm-up initial.
Right.
Does that school offer the Poundcake Broadcasting Scholarship? Oh, boy. The PBS? Boy, I sure hope so.
They do not.
They make you pay double.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Let me break. You want to get the last word in before we repair to our lairs for the weekend, 35192. And we'll be back after these.